And again, this is using the PS2 version, the PCSX2 PS2 emulator. So we've got some higher in-game resolution, widescreen mod. Should hopefully overall be pretty nice. Such a great intro. The first 4 Silent Hill games, they really had their intro game down. All 4 of the original Silent Hill games have exceptionally good intros. Let's go through the options real quick. Let me adjust some of this. Brighten that up a little bit. Subtitles on. Don't need controller vibration. Adjusting the audio down just a bit. Default control run. No noise effect, just to get a little bit of a cleaner image. We'll keep the default blood color for this one. All right. "14-hour stream, here we go." I don't know if it'll be that long, but yeah, the story playthroughs are usually pretty substantial. Let's just go through on normal. Usually when I speed run through this or when I do story playthroughs, a lot of times I'll bounce back and forth between easy and hard. I don't know when the last time I did normal was. It may have been the last time, for all I know. I don't really remember. But let's go normal. It was 2 years ago that Henry Townsend moved into room 302 of South Ashfield Heights, an apartment building in the medium-sized city of Ashfield. Henry was happy and enjoying his new life. But 5 days ago, something strange happened. He began to have a recurring dream each night. One other thing. He couldn't leave room 302. So there's a couple interesting things about this. We hear Henry's voice when you're waking up during this intro cutscene, but we're not actually Henry right now. Henry is essentially dreaming, and through his dream, combined with kind of Walter's power and the general jump scare scream, the general power surrounding room 302, Henry's dream has put him inside of Joseph Schreiber, who was the person who lived in room 302 before him, who's going to come up a lot in the story later. He's actually dreaming and reliving Joseph Schreiber's last moments alive. And Joseph will learn more about as the story goes on. He's a journalist who was investigating the Order, the cult in Silent Hill, and Walter Sullivan himself. And he winds up becoming one of Walter's victims and was the person living here before Henry. So if we wind up going through here and examining some stuff, we get some dialogue to kind of tip away right from the start that this is not Henry, if you're already familiar with the story anyway. What's with this room? It's covered in blood and rust. So no matter what you look at, your dialogue for these first few things is always going to be the same. And there's a reason for that. This is my room, but what the hell has happened to it? This room. Is it really my room? It's in terrible shape. The air is so heavy. My head hurts. Okay. So everything up until this point, that first few lines of dialogue, is always the same, no matter what you look at, what you examine. If you look at the bed, the picture, the stuff on the desk, anything in here. And later on, towards the end of the game, we're going to find some notes that were left here behind by Joseph, where Joseph says those exact same things. All those same lines of dialogue. So that's one of our first clues that's revealed later, that right now we're seeing things through Joseph's eyes, through his last moments. But now when we examine stuff, we'll actually examine what's in the room, and he'll comment on it. My head, so heavy. This photo, it's filthy. Was it here before? This scenery, I know I've seen it before. This is my bed. This photo, was it here before? Oh, my head. This photo, was it here before? I've seen this lighthouse before. So Joseph is recognizing these photos because he's been to Silent Hill, but he's not the person who took them. Henry is. So Joseph is kind of seeing a little glimpse into the future. Like from Joseph's perspective, he's in a sort of place where he's seeing little bits of Henry's life in the room after he's died. And from Henry's perspective, through his dream, he's experiencing stuff through Joseph. Kind of a weird little back and forth crossing of the timelines for these two characters. That's weird. My red typewriter is gone. So Joseph, in his mind, he's a writer, he's a journalist, so he's supposed to have a typewriter here. And we do see this room in like the past later on in the game, where his typewriter is still here. But instead of his things being here, it's all of Henry's stuff. There are all sorts of dusty items here. What the hell? None of it's mine. He even says, what the hell, just like Henry. They have so much in common. My head hurts. I don't remember putting up this photo. This church. The window. I can't get it open. I think that's about everything that he'll comment on in here. The door's shut tight and won't open at all. What's this? Where did this big TV come from? I thought I had a record player here. This clock, when did it stop working? Did I even have a clock in this room before? I don't even know what this is. These books, they're not mine. So we actually have a picture of Henry here. And when you examine it, from Joseph's perspective, he's like, who is this guy? He doesn't know Henry. He doesn't technically meet Henry. I guess his ghost meets Henry. Who are all these people? 21 people. It can't be. Why are they here? So Joseph sees this picture and he sees 21 people. And again, he's a journalist who's been researching and figuring out what's going on with the cult, the Order in Silent Hill, and specifically Walter Sullivan. And he's familiar with the 21 Sacraments. He knows that much about it. And he has kind of a general idea of what like Walter is trying to do. So when he sees this picture of the 21 victims, he's sort of putting it together like, oh shit, 21 people, it can't be. Why are they here? Creepy. It looks like a face. What is this photo? It's all faded and I can't see it well. I thought I moved this, but now it's back where it was. I'm not interested in food at all. My head, it hurts. I don't feel like washing my hands right now. I don't think they would get very clean in that sink anyway. It smells horrible. I'm afraid to open it up. Oh, that milk has gone bad. The door is shut for good. These shoes, they're not even my size. Nothing is what it should be, because it's all Henry's things, and Joseph doesn't know. And now we see what happens to Joseph.
dream.
God, those droning ambient sounds. Audio for this game is, I mean, there's times where it's really, really good, and then you have, like, burping patient monsters later. It's real all over the place, but when it's good, it's really good. Assuming the PS2 emulator doesn't emulate the haunted mycelium things on that wall that well since they're flashing, yeah, we're gonna see some little graphical things here and there. The emulation with PCSX2 is not quite perfect, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And more importantly, we'll get all of the room hauntings as opposed to the PC version, which is missing a lot of really good ones. And the hauntings are like one of the best parts of this game. Hey, Skulls. And hey, Ghosternaut. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone is ready for some chill Silent Hill 4 tonight. It's still not working.
Hello?
Help me.
What? The cord's cut.
Call the cops. Hey, Alpha Domus, welcome to the channel. Have I played this before? A lot, yes. Welcome, welcome. I'm Nub Zombie. I play a lot of Silent Hill. I do story playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs for all the games in the series, and been doing that on Twitch since 2015. And been playing the Silent Hill games in general since the first one came out in 1999. But welcome. Welcome on in. It's her. Yeah, we got Cynthia. Cynthia Velasquez down there, sort of looking around, like kind of unsure of herself, and then going down into the subway, which is her sort of transferring into Walter's dream world. We are about to transfer into Walter's dream world ourselves as Henry and run into Cynthia there. This is also where we get our first look at some of the neighbors in the apartment building, and we learn a little bit more about who all these neighbors are. They kind of have their own weird little subplots going on that don't really affect the main story in a whole lot of ways, but still kind of interesting. We'll get more into information about them quite a bit later on. So now we'll look around at some of the stuff in the room as Henry, and we get different reactions than the Nightmare intro where we're playing from Joseph Schreiber's perspective. Because Henry actually, this is his stuff. He knows about it. So we get a little more info. It's a photo of the lighthouse near the lake in Silent Hill. Feels a little bit lonely for a tourist town, but it's a nice place to relax and heal your soul. Yeah. So, Henry has been to Silent Hill. He's taken some photos there, but while he was there, it was quiet, sort of lonely, but he didn't have like a weird experience there. He went there, he took some photos, and then he came back here. And we'll find out where here is in a moment. Just a quick shot I took in downtown Silent Hill. It's a nice tourist town, about a half day's drive from here. So there's lots of ways to interpret that as far as like an exact amount of time, like about a half day's drive. Do you think of a day as being 24 hours? Is it 12 hours away? Do you think of a day's drive as being how far you can get during the daytime? So that would put it closer to like 4 to 6 hours. I don't know. We don't know the exact specifics, but point being, we are not in Silent Hill. This game does not take place in Silent Hill. We never go there. We see Walter's worlds that are based on places in Silent Hill, but they're ultimately places dreamed up by Walter. We don't actually physically go to Silent Hill at all in this game. The rest of the time, we are in this apartment in a place called South Ashfield. Brand new scrapbook. You can view the contents of the scrapbook by pressing the triangle button. So the scrapbook that we see on the desk while we're here in the room is your scrapbook that you actually walk around the game, apparently just carrying. So this is where all your notes go. It's where Henry draws his maps. Interesting thing about this game compared to the other Silent Hill games before it, instead of just picking up maps as you go along, you're drawing your map as you explore. There are a lot of small items here, but none of them is particularly interesting. Okay, that's our window. This is my bed. Same thing that Joseph says. It's that lake in Silent Hill. I went sightseeing there a few years ago. I like this photo because it really captures the beauty and tranquility of the trees and lake there. I put this up on the wall right after I moved here. So that's Lake Toluca. So Henry's got a bunch of photos from, time that he spent in Silent Hill as a photographer. But again, it seems like he just went there, took some pictures, didn't have any weird experiences. And unfortunately for him, he moved into the apartment where Walter Sullivan was born. Just unlucky. This is a photo of the church I ran across while I was visiting Silent Hill. For some reason, I was really attracted by the way it looked, so I took the picture. Don't feel like washing my face right now. There's nothing to do here. Well, there's a couple things you could do there, but I guess you don't have to. And later on, as the room starts changing little by little, we'll eventually get a prompt as kind of a callback to Silent Hill 2 when you examine this toilet. I don't feel like taking a shower now. Just a normal bathroom. Nothing has changed since I moved here 2 years ago. A gross bathroom, but I guess it is relatively normal for now. Just the typical stuff you find around a sink. Nothing particularly interesting. Towels, toilet paper, soap, bathrobe. Okay. This chest could hold a lot of stuff. So here we've got one of our first things that is very different with this game compared to the previous Silent Hill games. This is one of the things that definitely turned a lot of people off about it for various reasons. Oh no. Internet, please. I'm dropping frames. Don't do this to me tonight, Internet, please. But yeah, we've got a limited item inventory. Limited inventory. You can't just carry everything you pick up. Seems okay on your end? It's not that bad. I dropped 610 frames. And I can see my connection on my end dipping a little bit. Twitch, the way that it buffers, it should be okay. No, fiber is not available where I live. But our connection is okay. Seems like it's all right. So, anyway. But yeah, there's some real different gameplay stuff with this one compared to Silent Hill 1 through 3. And they really wanted to enforce the idea of like returning to your room over the course of the game. Like everything revolves around room 302. And they kind of made almost like a Resident Evil style item chest, but instead of accessing the chest from like different safe rooms, you just always come back here to this particular room, which starts off as a safe room. It doesn't stay that way though. Gotta love that CRT. Hey, this game was made in 2004. It's about on par for the TV I had at the time. It's weird. A few days ago, the power to my TV and my VCR just stopped coming on. Ever since I started having those nightmares. The clock stopped working a few days ago. Looks like a scrap from some book. Man, this thing looks like it was written ages ago. So we get a couple different notes and things behind this bookcase. Through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, he built a world. It exists in a space separate from the world of our Lord. More accurately, it is within, yet without, the Lord's world. So this note is explaining, in a very vague, sort of riddly way, that essentially the plot of the game, like what is happening. Through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, he built a world. So he that they're referring to is Walter Sullivan. He performed a ritual called the Ritual of the Holy Assumption in order to create essentially alternate worlds, his own creations of worlds, which is what you always go to whenever you go through the holes that appear in room 302. You're not being teleported to an actual physical place. You're being teleported into these worlds that Walter's created. And even when you save your game and the game is telling you like where you're at in those places, whenever you come back from each section, it tells you building world or subway world or forest world. So it describes them as worlds. Like these are all things that have been created by Walter. They exist in a space separate from the world of our Lord. More accurately, it is within, yet without the Lord's world. So it resembles reality. They are worlds created from Walter's memories of places. So they're sort of accurate, but they are not real, essentially, which is kind of what they're getting at with the it is within yet without the Lord's world, reality. Unlike the world of our Lord, it is a world in extreme flux. Unexpected doors or walls, moving floors, odd creatures, a world only he can control. Anyone swallowed up by that world will live there for eternity, undying. They will haunt that realm as a spirit. How can our Lord forgive such an abomination? So Walter's worlds, he is in complete control of. It is where the odd creatures come from, the sort of twisted reality of those worlds, even though they sort of resemble real life, actual places. They are recreations from Walter's mind, and they are twisted and distorted. And anybody swallowed up by that world will live there for eternity undying. So we'll be encountering ghosts that represent Walter's victims as he's been performing this ritual, the 21 sacraments, up to this point. Because the ritual itself has been in progress for several years. And Walter is nearing the end of this ritual. And it's up to Henry to stop it. But the spirits that haunt that realm, that haunt those worlds, are some of Walter's victims. How can our Lord forgive such an abomination? This part of the book is too damaged to read. It is important to travel lightly in that world. He who carries too heavy a burden will regret it. So this, rather than being like story lore, is a little bit more of a gameplay hint. Travel lightly. You have a limited inventory. If you take too many things with you, you load up on your gun and your axe and your steel pipe and 6 stacks of bullets and all your med kits, and you don't have any room to pick anything up to like progress or solve puzzles, you can actually wind up in some kind of rough situations. So travel lightly. Plan out your inventory. Just kind of a in-world way of explaining a game mechanic. Nothing coming through on the radio right now, but eventually. Clock stopped working a few days ago. Brought these books with me when I moved in 2 years ago, but I haven't touched them since then. So Henry's been living here for about 2 years. And weird stuff has been happening the whole time that he's been here, but now he wakes up and he's got this chain on the door. Which, let's go ahead and get info about the chains. 5 days ago, that's when I first had the nightmare, so this has been happening for 5 days. I haven't been able to get out of my room since then. The phone doesn't work, the TV doesn't work, I can't even get anybody to hear me when I yell. My whole world has suddenly turned insane. My door's chained up, the windows are sealed shut. And on top of that, someone chained the door from the inside. How am I going to get out of here? Don't go out, Walter.
What the hell? What's going on here?
That's Eileen Galvin from next door.
Oh man. Hope my luck changes before the party.
I like how you can just hear her kind of mutter to herself as she walks off. Stupid. And we've got some handprints, bloody handprints on the wall outside of room 302. You can go through and count them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 handprints so far, representing the 15 victims out of 21 that Walter has already killed. So for the 21 sacraments, he's got to sacrifice 21 people, 20 others plus himself. And he's already done with the first 15, which includes himself, which is why Walter is already dead. He's already a ghost that essentially has some of the powers of Silent Hill. He's able to create these worlds, these realities of his own, and pull people into them, very similar to some of the powers of Silent Hill itself. Crash. What was that? We'll go find out in a moment. Got a few other things to look at here. What's this? Mom, why doesn't you wake up? Okay. My shoes. I don't need to change them right now. Laundry room's in there. We'll go in there in a moment. Let's look at the kitchen. So 5 days not being able to leave Henry's room, and this is what he's got left in his fridge. There's chocolate milk here. Take the chocolate milk. Chocolate flavored milk, very sweet. It was in the refrigerator at home. And he's also got a bottle of white wine. Bottle of white wine from the refrigerator. It'll break eventually if I keep using it as a weapon. So right away from the description, it tells you, hey, this is a weapon. Wine bottle, in brackets, weapon. And it will break eventually if you keep using it as a weapon. And then you have a broken wine bottle that actually does more damage. So it's one of the few weapons in the game that you can use until it breaks. And then once it's broken, you can still continue using it as a weapon. There's some other breakable weapons in the game, but usually once you break them, they're just unusable. This is kind of an interesting one. Don't feel like washing my hands right now. Same thing Joseph says. Don't really feel like cooking now. I've had this furniture since before I moved here 2 years ago. It's a photo of me as a kid and then when I graduated from high school. Main power is off, so even if I press it, nothing happens. I got this photo from Frank Sunderland, the super here at South Ashfield Heights. So here's another little reference. We've got Frank Sunderland, and anybody who played Silent Hill 2 should recognize that name. So Frank Sunderland is the father of Silent Hill 2's protagonist, James Sunderland. Now, despite some little loose connections like this, Silent Hill 4 is not in any way a real sequel to 2. It doesn't have anything to do with the story from 2. Instead, when they were writing, when Team Silent was going through and writing the script out and coming up with ideas for Silent Hill 4, they were trying to think of ways to sort of tie it into the series, especially because Silent Hill 4 started off as kind of a side project. The devs were originally just calling it Room 302, and Silent Hill 3 had just started production at the same time that they sort of started also working on this little side project, Room 302, where it was meant to be kind of influenced, inspired, almost a spin-off of Silent Hill, but still very much its own thing. And they wanted to experiment with some different things from the typical Silent Hill formula, which is why this game winds up having stuff like the limited inventory system, coming back to a centralized, sort of hub through the room itself. It doesn't have the typical boss fights that you find in the previous Silent Hill games. It's very, very different in the way that it approaches a lot of things, for better or worse. This one was kind of the black sheep of the series when it first came out. A lot of people were really split on this one, where it's it's got an interesting story and some good visuals, some good audio, but it's also very, very different from the first 3 Silent Hill games. So a lot of fans didn't really care for this one when it first came out. But I think over time, a lot of people have kind of gained a lot more appreciation for this game. I know I certainly have. When this one first came out, I definitely didn't like it as much as the first 3. I would say I still don't like it as much as the first 3. It's my 4th favorite Silent Hill game. But I don't think it's a bad game. It's just very different from what Silent Hill kind of established before it. But yeah, interesting little tie-ins where they wanted to make this after this was sort of evolved from Room 302 as a little side project into a full-fledged Silent Hill 4, main entry of the series, they wanted to write in some things to sort of tie it into the overall universe. So when they were doing that, Team Silent looked at some of this lore that they had established with the first games. So they took, James Sunderland's background. They put his father, Frank Sunderland, in here just as like a little reference to James himself. We get a reference to Rachel, the nurse, who gets married and who gets mentioned in Mary's letters in Silent Hill 2. And of course, the game revolves around Walter Sullivan, who you first hear about in notes and game show dialogue and things like that in Silent Hill 2. So they sort of expanded and in a way retconned some of that, but mostly just expanded on a lot of that Walter Sullivan story in order to make this game its own thing. But right away, they hit you with that Sunderland, just to kind of give you the idea, okay, we have Silent Hill related things. We got pictures of Silent Hill that Henry took while he was there, and we've got a real live Sunderland, who's the owner of the building, the superintendent. Hey, Dagoth. Hey, what's up, Ducky? Hey, Bro Coconuts. Do I do story playthroughs of all the Silent Hill games? I do story playthroughs, challenge runs, and speedruns for every single game in the series. Even some of the weird stuff like the arcade game and the play novel, everything. If you type !VODs in chat, just !VODS, you can get a link to a playlist. I've been doing this since 2015, and that playlist is not even everything from over the years, and it's almost 500 hours long of just like informative Silent Hill playthroughs covering everything in the series. VODS. Just add an S to the end of the command. There you go. It's a washing machine. I don't need that right now. Clothes dryer. I don't need that right now. Nothing interesting here at the moment. Nothing in this area has really changed since I moved here. There are tools and things on the ground. It's a tank filled with oil. This is one of the few things in the environment that you'll come back and like interact with. There's it's interesting, like this game doesn't have a whole lot of traditional Silent Hill puzzles, but it does have instances where you have to come back to the room to sort of solve something. We're going to get to a part where the place that we keep trying to get to, we can't get to because we're caught in like a time loop until we put a key away in our room. So you have to come back to the room and use the inventory box to sort of solve that puzzle. We're going to have to wash a coin off in the kitchen sink. And then when we get to Forest World, and it's completely optional, but you can come here and soak a torch that you find in this oil in order for it to burn longer. So you get these sort of weird little logic puzzles where you have to come back to the room to like do something in order to progress. All right, well, there was a loud crash from the bathroom. Let's see what happened.
What the hell? Somebody in there? wonder if I can get out this way.
Love that creepy audio. The hole in the bathroom wall that has appeared out of nowhere. But this is our link to the Walter worlds. This is how we're going to start entering into the worlds that have been created by Walter. Hey, Legate, good evening. Was waiting to see if there was any more information known, or if she's just a reference to link the games again. With Rachel the nurse, yeah, she's just a link to Silent Hill 2, just a reference. Where Silent Hill 2 tells you about Rachel the nurse, who was Mary and Laura's nurse, while Mary and Laura were in the hospital at the same time. Outside of that, we don't know much about Rachel. We learn a little bit more about her through this game. And that's a big assumption that they're even referencing the same Rachel. It could be a completely different nurse named Rachel. And they do spell the name Rachel differently in this game compared to Silent Hill 2. So I don't know. Is it intentional? Is it just a little easy to make typo or mistake? And at the end of it all, it's just, at most, a little nod, a little reference to Silent Hill 2. The sewage pipe's broken too. Pull on the part hanging down. Gives us the steel pipe, traditional, classic Silent Hill weapon. 3-foot long sewer pipe. Not very powerful, but fairly easy to use. Enter the hole. And yep, it is time to be born. We're not just teleporting or you know, something into Walter's worlds. We're literally being born into them. This game has very, very strong themes of birth and rebirth and impregnation. So there's a lot of imagery, symbolism revolving around that birth. When you say Walter was born in the apartment, how literal was that? Walter is human. He was born to human parents. His mother gave birth to him on the floor in room 302. But Walter is sort of, he's brainwashed to believe things a little bit differently. But we'll get into that later. So here we are. It's a down-only escalator. That's weird. It's a dead end. It's a big pipe. This looks like the South Ashfield subway station I can see from my apartment. But it's all wrong. This shouldn't be here. So he recognizes it as the subway. The same subway that we saw Cynthia walk down into from our apartment window just a moment ago. But he recognizes that it's all wrong. It's not how it should look. Because this is Walter's recreation of it. We're not physically there in the actual subway. We're in Subway World. We're in this world that Walter's created based on his memories, his time in these subways. He's been going through these subways ever since he was a child just to get here to the apartments in order to see room 302. You can see a little bit more texture flickering. That's just some of the emulation. Interestingly enough, if you look at some of the posters and stuff here, they're distorted, but they are familiar. Havoc's Business Daily. We see this in the subway in Silent Hill 3. So we've got a few kind of like reused assets from Silent Hill 3's subway in this subway. Same thing here, Fruity Rouge. Very, very heavily distorted versions of those Silent Hill 3 textures, but still things that you would find in the Silent Hill 3 subways. And of course, there is Cynthia herself.
Who are you? What's your name?
Henry. And you?
This is my dream, and you don't even know my name. It's Cynthia.
Your dream.
That's right. This is just a dream. And a really terrible one, too. I hope I wake up soon.
So you think this is a dream, huh?
Well, if it's not a dream, what is it? Anyway, I want to get out of here, but I can't find the exit. Say, will you help me find it? I'm kind of scared all alone. I'll do a special favor for you later. It's just a dream, so I might as well have some fun.
So Cynthia knows that this is something weird. It's not reality as it should be, the same way Henry does. And to her, she just thinks of it as being a dream. And in a way, it kind of is. It's just not her own. A little bit more like being inside Walter's dream. It's some kind of advertisement. Nothing interesting about it. But that's our introduction to Cynthia. She's going to do a special favor for us. And that special favor is going to be turn into a ghost and reach her hand inside of our chest and try to kill us. It's going to be great.
Wait a minute. I think I'm gonna puke.
Slurp, slurp, slurp. All right, time to bust out that wine bottle. Bop. Okay, so now it's broken, and it's a better weapon. Got him. So I mentioned how good some of the audio up to this point has sounded, and then already it's a little bit weird with the dogs. This ambient sound and stuff is really good, like really creepy. But then the dogs themselves make weird, like stock leopard or cheetah like growls. These graphics were very good for the year when this game came out. Yeah, for 2004 for a PS2 game. Hell, the first 4 Silent Hill games all look really, really good for their respective times they were released and platforms they were on. Of course, what we're seeing here is enhanced a little bit by the emulator. It's up-resed and widescreen and all that, but even just the original unaltered PS2 versions are really, really good. Still really, really good looking games, especially for when they came out. Don't think anyone's in there. So Cynthia seems to be missing, and we've got another hole that'll take us back to the apartment. But before we go back, let's look around a little more. Check the other bathroom. Don't need to use this now. Looks like there's no one in there, and no one in there. What was that noise? There's some little noises when you examine some of these rooms. There's like a sound of wood that's dropping that you'll hear sometimes when you go into these bathrooms. Very similar, like they've done that since the very first Silent Hill game, where you'll walk into a room and there is just a sound. It'll be like something as subtle as that wood falling noise, or it'll be like glass breaking or metal banging. It's a payphone, but it's broken. The Lynch Street line exit. Little reference to David Lynch, who's been very influential to Team Silent and a lot of the way that a lot of the things that inspired them for the first 4 games. Definitely, you know, lots of works from David Lynch. Blue Velvet, Twin Peaks. Several of his works are credited by Team Silent in various interviews over the years as having been influential to them the first 4 games. Some kind of station guide, but the text is all blurry. It's totally useless. The King Street line entrance, another very influential aspect to Team Silent, of Stephen King. Hey, what's up, Hobo Joe? Alright. Switch to our steel pipe. Played this game on PC a few months back. Controls for moving were so annoying. Was spoiled by Silent Hill 2 and 3. Yeah, that's one of the other things that's very frustrating about this game. If you get used to the tank control style of control for Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, this game switches it up and makes everything sort of the directional style controls, which can be very awkward in a lot of situations, especially since there's still a lot of camera views and things that you're not in control of. It'll switch to a static camera view, and then suddenly the direction you're holding is no longer the direction that you're moving relative to the camera, so Henry will like start running the wrong way, running in circles, and if you're dealing with enemies at the same time, it can turn into a mess in a few spots. But it's one of those things. I've played the game over the years enough to get used to it, but yeah, definitely can be really frustrating. PC release of Silent Hill 4 in general is also more kind of floaty compared to the console. And here is what's known as the greedy worm. The greedy worm representing an umbilical cord connecting Walter to his worlds, the same way a baby would be connected to its mother. And holy shit, Citizen Dolan. Citizen Dolan. That is insanely generous with a $102.53 tip. I'm sure that was some sort of strange conversion going on. But holy shit, that is a huge, super generous tip. Nothing much to say this time except much love from British Columbia, Canada. Always so happy when I can catch a live stream, even if it's only for a short while. Keep on keeping on, my friend. That is insane. Dolan, thank you so much. That is super, super generous of you. Thank you, thank you. Really glad that you appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all the love and support over the years. Really appreciate that. All right. We don't even have a pistol yet, but we have some pistol bullets for when we find one. Small diameter bullets for use in the pistol. Not very powerful. And even though it says not very powerful, you don't really get a whole lot of guns in this game. You pretty much only, as Henry, you only really have the pistol and then later the revolver. And there is a submachine gun New Game Plus weapon that you can get for Eileen. But outside of that, not a whole lot of guns in this game. Should be able to get to the street this way, but it's a dead end. Alright. So that's as far as we can go here. So now we're going to backtrack. We're going to go to the hole that was in the bathroom. That will take us back to our apartment. And we'll figure out a little bit more of what happened with Cynthia. Where could this crazy hole lead to? Enter the hole. It's definitely going to help buy some pizzas for this pizza party in chat. Get a lot of pizzas and have a good pizza party with that. Thank you again so much, Dolan. Thank you, thank you. Games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill always went pistol for everything that's not a boss.
What? Another dream.
Another dream?
But it seems so real. Or could it be? Was I really inside that woman's dream? Oh, that's just stupid. What am I thinking?
Yeah, that's stupid, Henry. Being in Cynthia's dream. You're in Walter's created reality with superpowers because he's performing a cult ritual. That makes much more sense than just being in Cynthia's dream, doesn't it? Really good job by the voice actor conveying Henry's confusion. Yeah, that's another one of those things fans are kind of divided on. The same way people will defend, you know, I myself included, a lot of the voice acting in like Silent Hill 2 and 3 is being kind of stilted and weird. There's times where it's very clearly that was the direction given. Sometimes it was just sort of happy accident and they got the take that they got and had to use it for one reason or another. Silent Hill 4, I like pretty much everybody's voice acting except for Henry's. Henry, I get what they were kind of going for. I think Henry is really supposed to be your very plain everyman type character so that the player character can just sort of put themselves into his shoes without, you know, his character being too complicated. But he is so bland and boring in his character. Wouldn't have it any other way. That's our Henry. For better or worse. Holy shit. Look at those like 6 perfectly matching people down there. Little thing we can do here. We'll have to do it later, but for now, Bar Southfield. 555-3750. Let's go ahead and call that number. That noise just now, what was that? Translation from Japanese to English always seems boring/weird. Well, here's the thing. The script was originally written by Japanese devs and then localized. But there was never like a Japanese dub. There is no alternate language dub for any of the Silent Hill games except for Book of Memories. All of the Silent Hill games are made in English, like initially. They're made by Japanese teams, but they're made to take place in the United States, and they are made directly with English voiceover. They don't take Japanese performances and then translate them into English, like with Metal Gear Solid, for example. Another comparable series Konami made, where with Metal Gear Solid, there was a very clear Japanese version with its own Japanese, you know, voices, and then that gets translated into English. That was not the case for Silent Hill. Silent Hill is made in English. There is no other dub. Okay. Henry's still saying the same stuff about the things in his room. He thinks he just woke up and had another weird dream. This furniture has been here since I moved in. Huh? That's weird. Somebody moved it. Who could have done it? There's a pistol on the floor. So, now we've got our pistol. Easy to use handgun, but not much stopping power. And we have some writing and a hole. Much smaller hole. There's a message carved in here. It looks like they used an ice pick or something. The faint hope I had is slowly changing to despair. I've somehow managed to tunnel this far, but no matter what I do, I can't get any farther. The hallway, the windows, the walls, it feels like this room is stuck in another dimension. Eileen never noticed. So we've got some of our messages here from Joseph, who's kind of trying to clue Henry in to what's going on. Or whoever winds up in the apartment after him, pretty much. It just happened to be Henry.
Where did I put that damn broom? Oh, there it is.
Well, there's Eileen. She's looking for the broom. Last time we saw her outside the door, she had dropped something out of her groceries, and you hear it break, so she's about to go sweep that up, which is why she's grabbing the broom. So essentially, what we're seeing is that since we were in the room when we went through the hole and came back, pretty much no time has passed here. We also get our first little glimpse at Robbie sitting over here. Yo, Bowie, thank you for gifting a sub to Meg Main with a hat. Thank you so much, Bowie. Really appreciate it. And Meg Main, enjoy the sub. Enjoy the emotes. Courtesy of Bowie. Thank you so much, Bowie. Very kind of you. And somebody's on the phone. Take a look out here, though. Nothing yet.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me! If you need a token, there's one here.
Okay, so to Cynthia, something else happened. We saw her disappear. To her, Henry disappeared. So again, this is that sort of reality does not follow rules when you're in Walter's worlds. So now we get Eileen sweeping up outside in the hallway, although it's really strange listening to this sound effect. Because that does not sound like broom on like a hard surface, like sweeping up the hallway would probably sound like. It sounds more like a shovel. It sounds like shoveling dirt. And then she's done. It's a really filthy hallway. True, we can't see the ground. We don't know how bad it is. Maybe she drops a lot of stuff there. I mean, she does seem kind of clumsy. All right, well, let's put some things away. We're done with the bottle. It's an interesting weapon, but not one of the better ones. We'll put some bullets away. We'll keep the gun with us for now. We'll keep the pipe with us for now. We're going to need that chocolate milk later, so we'll keep that too. All right, so Cynthia is still in the subway. There's a token with her. Let's go back and see if things are different. Always thought it was confusing how you see Cynthia going down into the subway, but she ends up in the dream. Does that mean she sleeps in the subway? The same way that Henry is not just falling asleep in his bathroom when he goes through the hole and goes into Walter's world. It's weird, you know? She could be going through a hole, possibly this one, after going down into the subway. We see that there are instances where once a person is brought into Walter's world, it's sort of your subconscious that is brought there. It's not your physical body. Because later on, we see Richard Braintree, in Walter's world. But when you come back to your room, you can look across at Richard Braintree's window and see that he's in his own apartment, asleep, in his bed. So it could be her body is somewhere else, and her subconscious gets pulled into Walter's world when she goes into the subway. It could be that her physical body is in there asleep, similar to Braintree's. We don't really know. We don't really know exactly, because it kind of messes with what happens to you when you go into Walter's world from character to character. Was thinking Walter picks his victims intentionally, so when she goes into the subway, she's drawn into a subway world, whereas normal people aren't and are in the normal subway. Yeah, and Walter does very specifically choose his victims. Like, these are all people who know Walter in one way or another. These are people who Walter knows. With Cynthia, Walter has known Cynthia sort of for several years, even when she was like much younger. There were some extra notes and extra lore for Silent Hill 4 put up on the Konami website back when this game first came out. It's really frustrating because it's a lot of really interesting sort of supplementary lore and just supplementary material in general for Silent Hill 4, but it's a lot of notes and things that very easily could have just been in the game. But in that extra lore about Cynthia, you can learn that she encountered Walter several times on like the subway when Walter would be going to and from room 302 and various other places, and he would encounter Cynthia. Cynthia talks to him at one point where she kind of says that, you know, he would be handsome if he wasn't so gross and homeless and weird. So Walter he's familiar with her. He knows who she is. He knows all the victims. None of them are just random people who stumble into his worlds. He brings specific people there. Like Cynthia. And we see this weird mannequin. It's some kind of mannequin. It's got a coin in its hand, and it looks exactly like Cynthia. And Henry doesn't seem to point that out. Will you take the coin? Yes. So there's our Lynch Street Line coin. We can get through there now. Train token for the subway's Lynch Street Line can be used any number of times. Some kind of mannequin. Creepy. It sort of reminds me of Cynthia. Only sort of. It looks exactly fucking like her, and is in the last place that we saw her go. Sort of reminds me of her. There's that little wood dropping sound again. Use the Lynch Street Line coin. And now we can head down into the subway. And here we're going to start seeing some of Walter's victims. So all these ghosts that are inhabiting Walter's world are victims that Walter has already killed as part of the 21 sacraments. That's blocked. I kind of want to look at stuff in there. I'm going to see if I can get off. Just look at this weird, creepy doll mouth thing. It's filled with some kind of weird stuff. It's not like an actual readable note, even though it looks like it. It's just such a weird asset. Super creepy.
Someone's coming. Get me out of here. Hurry, help me. Someone's coming.
It's too powerful. So you can sit and kind of fight the ghosts, kinda, but they are unkillable. This is another one of those things that a lot of people, especially when this game first came out, really did not like about this game, is the unkillable ghosts. They are kind of annoying in some spots more than others, and there is no way to kill them. You can permanently disable some of them. They give you special items later called Swords of Obedience, and there's only a few of them throughout the game that you can pick up that you can use to pin a ghost after downing it. And downing a ghost in the first place is very difficult. And then once it's down, you can use a Sword of Obedience to pin it to the ground. And once it's pinned, it won't show up again. But because of the way they're spaced out throughout the entire game, and because there's only so many of them compared to how many ghosts there are, yeah, you kind of have to pick and choose which ghosts you don't want to deal with. There's a button here. So that opens up Cynthia's car, and she's now free. The game, at this point, it's kind of preparing you for later in the game, where you'll be escorting Eileen around, as opposed to escorting Cynthia around. And Cynthia is way better to deal with when it comes to walking around and escorting another character around. Cynthia actually teleports to where you are. So if I go through a room, no matter where Cynthia is, she'll be in the next room with me. Later on, when we're running around with Eileen, Eileen's going to have to actually be close enough to Henry when he goes through a door to proceed into the next room. So it can make getting around with Eileen a lot more frustrating compared to getting around with Cynthia here at the start. There's a toy box here. It has $1,000 dues written on it. It's locked and I can't open it. Something that shows will eventually return to Subway World later in order to open up that box. Just this gross, squishy subway car. These ghosts constantly hounding you. Come on, Cynthia. Let's go up here. Some more pistol bullets. Should be able to get to the street this way, but it's a dead end. Oh, bullshit. She like snapped onto me 180. Just completely flipped directions.
Cynthia?
And Cynthia has vanished. She has disappeared. We've got a hole we can use to go back to the apartment. So let's go back, look around, and then we'll come back here. Was wondering, is the new stream room and setup you're in miles better than the stream room, excuse me, that I had when I was living in Austin? It is better. It is better. I wouldn't say miles better. It's a lot of the same equipment. I have my same microphone, my same mixer. Rachel bought a new PC and I got her old one, and her old PC was better than my PC. So now I've got better computer, and I still have my other computer, so I can do stuff as a two-piece or a 2 PC setup, where I've got a designated gaming PC and then a designated broadcast PC, which is a little bit complicated in some ways, but it definitely helps. But it's a nice setup. It's definitely better than what I had before. Let's see if Henry has anything new. Don't think he does at this point. And one thing worth pointing out while you are in your room for the first half of the game, your HP regenerates. Another one of those things that sort of is supposed to really influence the player. You'll want to come back to the room. You're supposed to have this build up where you see the room as kind of your safe space. It's got your save point, it's got your item chest, and it heals you. And then the second half of the game, they take that away and they make even your safe space not safe anymore. Anything on the radio? Not yet. Put our extra bullets away. Nothing else new, so let's just go back and continue exploring the subway. This real harsh red lighting and like gross meat, sort of rotten meat texture. Really unnerving. So we're going to unlock this door. That's going to be useful for later when we return to Subway World for a second time. So helps out to unlock that door here. Hey, what's up, Ace Wolf? Here's the greedy worm again. That umbilical cord connecting Walter and his worlds. And you can interact with it, you can hit it and it reacts. But it's never actually aggressive or like an enemy. Although they make it into an enemy for the Silent Hill arcade game, strangely enough.
Henry, I found the exit. Come to the turnstile. Henry, I found the exit. Come to the turnstile. Hurry! Hurry! It's him! He's coming!
Oh, look, the dog did the laying down animation. The one back in the train. Some high-tier combat. Bah. Oh god, he teleported. Yeah, there's a dog freaking out inside the train car. Just kind of stuck. Why do they sound like leopards? That is a great question. The short and unsatisfying answer is Silent Hill 4 didn't really get quite as much love in the sound department. They were working on Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 pretty much at the same time. And Silent Hill 4, a lot of the audio, they use some stock sound effects that are basically unaltered, very noticeable and sort of strangely placed. So we have leopard dogs and burping patients. Oh my god, cats are fighting behind me. And Angelic Lynn, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome everybody, I'm Nub Zombie. We are doing an in-depth story playthrough of Silent Hill 4. And for anybody new here, I'm Nub Zombie. I play a lot of Silent Hill. I'm a huge fan of these games ever since the first one came out in 1999. And I've been streaming mostly Silent Hill content on Twitch since 2015. Doing story playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, and for everything across the series, every single game with Silent Hill in the title. But welcome. Thank you again for the raid and the host, Angelic Lynn. Hope you had a good stream. Alright, we got our first golf club. Looks like a 9-iron. Golf club, powerful and easy to use, but it looks like it could break easily. So, there are many golf clubs throughout this game. We'll be picking up several. And they are breakable weapons, but unlike the wine bottle, once the golf clubs break, they can no longer be used. And the golf clubs all have different stats. They all have different amounts of damage that they do. Interestingly enough, so there are like better and worse ones, but all of them are breakable. So they're not that great just for that reason. But it is interesting beating the shit out of like Walter at the end of the game with an inventory just full of golf clubs. It's a vending machine. Wonder what it was vending anyway. Give me that nutrition drink. Heals your body with supplemental nutrition. So with these nutrition drinks, these are your healing, you know, your classic healing drinks. Health drinks. And because you heal in your room for the first half of the game, it's always highly recommended to just save every single health item until the second half of the game. You just want to hoard everything until you get to the point where you no longer can heal in your room. Escalator can be really annoying on speedruns. If you're not speedrunning, it's not too bad. You can just take your time and kill all these. Satisfying bashing the wall monsters with the pipe. The wallmen are very satisfying to beat the shit out of. But they can also be kind of dangerous to fight for that reason right there. Their hitboxes are kind of wily. And they definitely have more range than you. Oh shit. And it is worth going through and killing them. You're gonna have to come back through this area. And they will stay dead. Oh shit, I'm about to die though. So let's just move on. That's at least a few of them dead. I'll have to deal with the rest later. But, getting a bit dicey there. Again, they can be really difficult to deal with, especially in speedruns where you ideally just want to run past them. You don't want to really stop and attack any of them. And their patterns can be difficult to predict, and their hitboxes, man, they can hit from very far away, and their attacks sort of linger much longer than the animations are. So they'll like be, you'll physically see them be done swinging at you, but then you'll still walk into the attack and get hit. Yeah, the wallmen can be real annoying. Yeah, and we've got a boss that's basically just a bunch of wallmen all at once, called the One Truth later on. Pretty much one of the only bosses in the game, between One Truth and Walter. Women's makeup items are scattered on the ground. These must be Cynthia's. There's a plate on the door. The Temptation placard. Placard from Subway World. So again, this place that we're in is not the subway. We're in the Subway World. The game even refers to it as Subway World. It is a world created by Walter, just like the note that we find behind the bookcase sort of is hinting at the very start. It shows a woman and says temptation. So all of Walter's victims sort of represent different parts of the ritual, the 21 sacraments, and Cynthia represents temptation as far as her part in this ritual. And unfortunately, she is about to be sacrificed for the 21 sacraments. And Henry is not going to be very helpful about it.
Are you okay?
It's just a dream, right? I think I drank too much last night. I never got to do that special favor for you. I feel like I'm dying.
It's okay. It's just a dream.
Yeah, the way Henry starts that off with, "Are you okay?" Fucking blood everywhere. Yeah, she's fine, Henry.
Cynthia? Man,
This
what's
is
that
not
noise
a
out
dream.
there?
What's happening to this place?
Strength for Life, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, what's up, Wexford? And hey, Tua. Hey, Stitched. Welcome, welcome. What could that noise possibly be? Yeah, Henry is also played off as being, I don't know, just kind of stupid. I don't know if that's intentional to sort of show that, like, the room is having an effect on him and he's not all there mentally. If it's supposed to be, you know, he's been stuck in his room for 5 days. He doesn't have anything in his fridge except for chocolate milk and wine. He's like starving and, you know, delirious or just sort of out of it or what. But yeah, he hears like ambulance sirens and he's like, what is that sound? There's an ambulance and a police car near the subway entrance. Is it Cynthia? Spoilers, it is Cynthia. Would probably be out of it too. Oh yeah, same. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. But he still comes off as just sort of
Hurry up and
stupid.
get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move her already. Damn, she's got numbers carved into her chest. I wonder if...
Numbers carved in her chest. So Cynthia, when Henry came across her, had 16121 carved into her. And this is Walter's way of marking his victims. So earlier, we saw 15 bloody handprints outside the door here. Now there is a fresh bloody handprint number 16. So that is Cynthia as victim number 16. Walter's performing a ritual called the 21 Sacraments. It requires 21 sacrifices. So Cynthia, the 16121, is supposed to be 16 out of 21. The third digit, that extra 1, is actually supposed to just be a backslash, where you're looking at separating number 16 out of 21 total victims. And the radio chatter that we hear there, where they're talking about having the numbers carved into her, is supposed to show that the police already know about this, that Walter has been performing this ritual and trying to complete it for years now. So seeing the numbers carved into a victim, this is something that people recognize. So is Walter killing them in the real world or in the other world? Both. If you are in Walter's world and you get killed, you die in the real world. You become a ghost that haunts Walter's created world. That is something that is explained in a note that you pick up behind the bookshelf at the very beginning. I read it earlier, so I'm not going to reread it, but yeah, essentially, you die in the game, you die for real. Except the game is Walter's created realities, these other worlds. There's a scrap of red paper stuck here. Although the cult itself is gone, I'm sure the spirit of it is still alive. There are too many strange things happening in that town. I'm investigating 2 people, or maybe I should say just 1. I've just about discovered what's going on. April 8th. That's Joseph writing down all of his things that he's learned about Walter, that he's learned about the order, the cult, that he's learned about the ritual, and little by little we start picking up these notes left behind by Joseph to try to help Henry as much as he possibly can. Joseph, even though Joseph is himself a victim of Walter's, even after death, he still has some influence on room 302 since this is where he died. And he's doing what he can to try to help Henry, even if it's just leaving some notes. Is Walter real, corporeal? Like, does he exist in the normal world? Or are we playing by Freddy Krueger rules? It's similar to Freddy Krueger in the fact that, like, Freddy can, like, if you fall asleep and you go into a nightmare and Freddy slashes you and then you wake up, you have the slash marks on you. Freddy was not physically there in the real world, but the things that he did to you in the nightmare affect you in the real world. Walter is the same way. So, Walter at this point is not technically corporeal. Like, he has a physical body, but he killed himself. There's 21 victims for the 21 sacraments. The 11th victim was Walter himself. He kills his first 10 victims, which is the first half of the ritual, known as the Ritual of the Holy Assumption. This is what Walter has to do in order to get essentially the powers he needs to finish the ritual overall. So he takes the first 10 victims and then kills himself. And then after he kills himself at that point in the ritual, he's essentially reborn as a ghost or some entity that has some semblance of Silent Hill's power. Because remember, we're not in Silent Hill. Like, the town's power is not affecting things directly here. This is all Walter's influence. So, his body is here. It's right behind this wall, actually. But it's more Walter's spirit after the fact that's completing this ritual, that's causing the deaths, that's pulling people into his nightmares. But yeah. Oh man, we have got to drop some inventory. We're doing full spoilers. Any in-depth story playthroughs on my channel are always going to have full spoilers. Sorry if you're new to the channel and not expecting that, but I've been doing this since 2015, and it's hard to explain any of the Silent Hill games without spoiling them when you do a story playthrough. Like, you just have to. You have to explain things that happen later in order to understand things that are happening now. We'll put that away for now. We're going to store all of our health drinks. We'll keep the rest of this. Thought it was more so you're entering Walter's other worlds via dreaming. That is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. Like, your physical body is still affected. You die if your spirit or subconscious or dream self or whatever you want to think of it as, when that part of you goes to Walter's world and you die there, your spirit becomes a ghost that haunts that realm, and your physical body in the real world dies. But your physical body is staying right where it is. Like, right now, if we go into the hole again and go back into Walter's world, Henry's body is here. He wakes up in the bed. Like, his physical body never leaves this room. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but we see that later with Richard Braintree, where Braintree is in Walter's world. We can go into Walter's world and see Richard Braintree. But if you look out your window and over at Richard Braintree's apartment, there he is right there in the blue shirt, brown pants. You see Richard Braintree in his apartment asleep. Even though you can go and interact with him in Walter's world. So it shows that your physical body is still staying here. Your dream self or spirit or soul, whatever you want to think of it as, is going into Walter's created worlds, his manufactured worlds. We'll get to that, Nora. A lot of this stuff we'll get to. It's easier to explain a bit later on. Like, certain things I'm going to spoil to try to explain other things in context. But then there's a lot of questions being asked in chat right now that we get an answer. We get an answer later on. So we'll just save it for then. Nothing else has changed in here. Got our save. The hole's getting bigger. But before we jump back into Walter and the next world that he has created, I'm going to take a really quick break. Appreciate everybody who's been hanging out, watching, the raids, subs, all the love and support. Thank you all for being here. This is going to be a pretty long playthrough, so again, sorry if I kind of can't get to everybody's questions. Some stuff it's easier to talk about later. Some stuff I'll try to explain as I read chat and answer it. And yeah, it's going to be a long playthrough either way. I usually try to finish these up in a single sitting, so there will be a lot of breaks and stuff as we go through it, but it'll be a long one. But yeah, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back in a couple minutes, and we'll continue on with Walter's next world in Silent Hill 4. Back in a bit. right. Let's get back to it. We're once again back in the apartment. Cynthia has been killed by Walter. Still don't have to use the toilet. The hole itself is getting bigger and is now going to lead to another of Walter's worlds. So now we are here in Forest World, which, again, all of these places, we're not being physically teleported there. Henry falls asleep in his room. From our perspective, it looks like he goes through a hole, but he doesn't physically go through that.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Yo, World's Best Pants. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Watched your in-depth Silent Hill playthroughs on YouTube. Great stuff. Very insightful. Thank you so much. Well, that is what we are doing right now. This very well might end up on YouTube. Which, by the way, for anybody who does watch or has watched any of the VODs and stuff on YouTube, if you type !YT, I think I made that the command. !YT in chat. It should bring up a link to the new YouTube channel, Dorian House, aka Sci-Fi Guy, who has been archiving. He's the only person on YouTube who I've given permission to archive any of my streams. Made a separate YouTube channel for all of the Silent Hill stuff. So there's a link to it there if you want to check it out. It's called Restless Dreams. So most of the Silent Hill playthroughs, at least a lot of them, will wind up on there. But keep in mind, there's also a ton of stuff here on my Twitch channel that's not on YouTube. So if you've only ever seen the YouTube stuff and you're looking for some more Silent Hill in-depth playthroughs, obviously I still do them. We're doing one right now. And there's a lot of them here on Twitch that have never been uploaded or re-uploaded to YouTube. So you can type !VODS, VODS in chat for a link to the Silent Hill playlist here on Twitch that has all of those story playthroughs and in-depth playthroughs and challenge runs and stuff over the years. Way, way, way more than what's ever been on YouTube. Definitely check it out. But thank you again, World's Best Fans. Very much appreciate the 1,000 bits. Glad you enjoy the content. Enjoy the videos. So now we're in the woods, or forest. It's known as Forest World, which is essentially just the woods or forest that is surrounding the Hope House or Wish House Orphanage. Which is an orphanage in Silent Hill, or near the outskirts of Silent Hill, that's being run by the Order. And this orphanage is where Walter was raised and essentially brainwashed into performing the ritual that he's trying to do. World's Best Pants, we're going to try to just keep it to this game as far as getting into questions and discussion. I'll be revisiting Silent Hill 2. I actually have to redo the story playthrough that I did recently because my internet went out when I was doing Silent Hill 2 last week, so I'm going to redo it. If you want to try and make it for that stream, that'll be sometime in the next week or so, most likely. But yeah, save your Silent Hill 2 questions. I want to try to stay on topic with Silent Hill 4, and these playthroughs already... Even if I only focus on Silent Hill 4 and don't talk about anything else, this will probably be like at least an 8 to 10 hour stream, probably longer. And if I start getting off the rails discussing everything in the series and answering questions about other games, everything gets way off track and takes way longer. So today we're just going to stick with Silent Hill 4. Stopped with the brake pedal engaged. There are all sorts of things scattered on the seat. Among the trash is a scrap of paper with something written on it. It's been a while since I came here to Silent Hill. Maybe I'll meet the devil this time. But whenever I come to a cool place like Silent Hill, I always get real thirsty. Jasper Gain. We're going to meet Jasper in a moment, who is unluckily also another one of Walter's victims. There's a memo pad in there too, or he's about to become one of Walter's victims. I'm not sure what that nosy guy meant when he said his home is the orphanage in the middle. The lake is northwest, so the opposite is southeast. The nosy guy said one other thing I don't understand. If you bring the dug-up key, you can't go back. Put it away somewhere before you return there. So the nosy guy that Jasper's talking about is Joseph. Joseph Schreiber, the journalist. The man who lived in room 302 before Henry. Who was researching the cult, the orphanage, and Walter himself. Does he write with a stutter? No. But I added the stutter because he speaks with it. And this is from Jasper, so it works. Let's get some dialogue from Jasper.
So you came to investigate this stone too. There was another guy here before, a real nosy guy. But I was the one who found this stone first. In the old days, the natives called it Nakihona. They used it in a ceremony for talking with their dead ancestors. And now those guys are using it too. Call it the Mother Stone. They're just up ahead in that weird building, operating some kind of crazy religious cult. They used to collect orphans and did things to them. Kind of gives you the chills, huh? This stone.
And there we go. So we learn a good deal about the cult, about Nakihona, the Mother Stone, and some of their beliefs through Jasper. Jasper himself is not a member of the cult. This is kind of an interesting aspect of the game that I honestly like, as far as world building type of stuff. So in this sort of timeline, And I use the word timeline very loosely because the first 4 Silent Hill games, outside of Silent Hill 1 and 3, that are directly connected with like a solid timeline between 1 and 3, 2 and 4 are pretty nebulous as to when they happen in relation to each other or to the other games. But just for the sake of the world that Silent Hill takes place in, at this point, we know that Joseph Schreiber is a journalist who's been researching the cult in Silent Hill. And he has already published a lot about the cult. The cult is not underground and unknown to the public. Like, people know that this cult exists in Silent Hill as general public knowledge now because of the things that Joseph has published. So, like, you look at Silent Hill 1, the cult is still very much underground. Like, people generally don't know about the cult's existence. Your average tourist or whatever is not going to know. By this point in Silent Hill 4, Joseph has published articles that are, publicly available. People know about the cult's existence. And Jasper and his friends are essentially Silent Hill fanboys. They are people who, because of Joseph's publications, they're into the occult and they're into cool demon summoning shit. They like that stuff. It's their hobby. It's what they're interested in. So that is why he's here. Him and his friends were just interested in the cult. Like, this is something that fascinates them and they just wanted to be here. Lisa the nurse, Lisa knew about them. There were locals in Silent Hill 1 who knew about them. But if you went outside of people who lived there, your general tourist, your general public did not know about the cult's existence. That's the key point that I'm trying to get across here. In Silent Hill 4, that is not the case. Everybody knows about it. It's something that was in newspapers and magazines. Everyone knows that this cult exists, that this orphanage exists and was run by the cult, what they were doing, because of Joseph's articles. Is he smoking? His animation to me always looked like he was supposed to be smoking, like sitting there smoking a cigarette. But for some reason the cigarette is like not part of the animation. Maybe he's biting his fingers or his nails. And they made it more of just like a tick, something that he's doing. But yeah, to me it always did kind of look like he's smoking and that there's just not a cigarette effect. And it's the same in all versions of Silent Hill 4. There's not like any particular version that has the cigarette or anything like that. No, it's just the way that animation looks. Why does he have a stutter? He just does. People have stutters in the real world. It's just part of his character. Pipe hitting the tree noise. Dunk. Donk, donk. It's too dark to see. Leave me alone, monsters.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Oh my god. It's so not worth it to fight things. Like, I always want to try to clear out enemies just so that I can look around and, like, look at environments, which is a big part of why I usually do easy difficulty for story playthroughs, just so that I can deal with it with less, you know, bullshit. Because, yeah, the combat in this game is not great. DJ Kira, thank you so much for the 10 bits. And Asphodel, thank you so much for the $10 tip. Thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you, Kira. Thank you, Asphodel. Very much appreciated. Bucking Devil, which Silent Hill has my favorite combat? Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3's got really, really nice combat systems that a lot of people probably don't even know about or use. There's animation cancels when readying weapons. There's well-timed blocking and counterattacks with multiple types of attacks per weapon. There's a lot of really unique, interesting weapons in Silent Hill 3, like the fucking flamethrower, lightsaber, sexy beam eye lasers. Yeah, Silent Hill 3. Favorite combat. Silent Hill Smile Support Society Wish House. That's the orphanage run by the cult, huh? It is, Henry. Very good. You're very smart. Played PS2 version for the first time a month ago. Was surprised how audio is different from the PC port. Yeah, there's quite a few changes between the console versions of Silent Hill 4 and the PC version. Even between the PS2 version and the original Xbox version, there's some differences. So you'll notice some slightly different audio, slightly different visuals in some places. And this is the PlayStation 2 version. It's just being played through the PCSX2 emulator in order to make it widescreen, easier to capture, because I don't really have a good way of capturing off of OG PS2 hardware right now. Not in very good quality anyway. Wasn't Wish House a real orphanage and they had to change it in the remaster? There is no remaster. Like, Silent Hill 4 is Silent Hill 4. This game was never updated or remastered. So, the whole Hope House, Wish House thing stems from Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 has an article in it that you can find in Brookhaven that is the article that Joseph Schreiber published. So, in Silent Hill 3, when you read that article, you find that magazine with Joseph's article, he mentions the orphanage, and they call it Wish House. So, or excuse me, here it's called Wish House. In Silent Hill 3, it's called Hope House. Now, Silent Hill 3 came out just a little before, well, about a year before Silent Hill 4. With Silent Hill 3, they threw in the article, but by the time Silent Hill 4 came out, I presume, this has never been confirmed anywhere, so this is my own assumption, but when Silent Hill 4 came out, they changed it from Hope House to Wish House, and I'm guessing that they did that because there is an actual orphanage called Hope House. So they didn't want it to be, you know, poorly associated with a real-life charity organization, so they changed the name a bit for Silent Hill 4. What makes Henry so special compared to other victims? Nothing. He is literally the guy unlucky enough to live in room 302 after Joseph Schreiber. Thought it was just a change in translation? It may have just been something. It was Jeremy Blaustein who did the translation for both Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. I don't know why he would alter it from one game to the other, but yeah. There is an actual orphanage called Hope House. So it's most likely something to not, put any negative impact on a real life charity organization, But it might have been coincidental. They might have just changed it for other reasons. They may have just thought it sounded better. Didn't Blaustein change the cult in Japanese to the order in English? There's been multiple translation changes. I mean, Jeremy even approved a lot of the HD collection changes. So Silent Hill 3, Despoiled by Mankind, Unspoiled by Mankind, that was also both Jeremy. So sometimes he just changes stuff. Sometimes, he's following what Team Silent wants him to do. That's his job as a localized, he's not just directly translating script. He's localizing things for Western audiences as well, so things are going to change and alter. It's hard to know. It's hard to know exactly what happens from game to game with those little changes. How many of them are done for very specific reasons or why. And we get a little glimpse at young Walter here, little Walter. So little Walter representing sort of the innocence, the last little bit of good that is inside of Walter, compared to Walter himself, adult Walter is trying to complete this ritual.
Hey, little boy, what are you doing here?
You're finally the third revelation. Something's gonna happen. That nosy guy that was here, he said it too. Something big is gonna happen. Finally, it's gonna happen!
You get a closer look at Jasper's shirt there. Jasper's shirt is a reference in itself to Silent Hill 1. On his shirt is the Incubus, the final boss from Silent Hill 1. And the word that is written across his shirt is Hauros, which is a little bit of a mistranslation of Flauros, which is the little pyramid-shaped artifact in Silent Hill 1. So Jasper's whole shirt is a Silent Hill 1 reference. Just a bit of a nod. And then, of course, Halo of the Sun on these doors where we'll be returning to Walter's Worlds later. Symbol that we first see in Silent Hill 3. This writing, what does it mean? I can't read this writing. So there's a lot of writing in this area that Henry cannot read. Eventually we'll come back to all of these areas and have Eileen with us. And Eileen can read all of this writing. And it's really interesting because Eileen will read different amounts of the writing based on how possessed she is at that point. Eileen doesn't really take damage in the normal sense once she's following you around. She can't be killed, but she can be hurt. And the more that she is hurt by enemies, hurt by Henry, or left alone, it builds up her sort of possession level. And based on how possessed she is, she'll read all of this writing and give you either just a little bit of it, where she reads part of it and then says, I can't really read the rest, or if she's fully possessed, she can read pretty much all of it. So you're more likely to get a bad ending if Eileen is at maximum possession by the time you do Forest World the second time. But in exchange, you get a lot more lore throughout Forest World. A grave has been dug here. On the bottom of the coffin are the numbers 11121. So this is victim 11 out of 21, who was Walter himself. We're looking at Walter's grave, where his body was dug up. And it's very strange talking about his body being dug up, because you would think, well, who dug up Walter? And the answer to that is Walter himself. Like, he shed his mortal body in order to become sort of a ghost with superpowers, or powers rivaling that of Silent Hills. So he, as a ghost, essentially retrieves his own body as he continues with the 21 sacraments even after death. Is there a point of no return for her possession, or can she always be brought back to non-possession? So, Eileen's possession is a very strange thing. She cannot be brought back from it in terms of how she will react in the final battle with Walter. So, you have things that you get throughout the game called holy candles, and you can use holy candles to temporarily make Eileen less possessed, which is useful if you need to, like, get her from point A to point B without freaking out, or if you want her to read some of this dialogue when we come back to Forest World the second time slightly differently. You can heal her up, let her read some, wait for her to become possessed again, and then read and get a different read, like more information. But when it comes to getting the actual ending of the game, it all depends on how quickly Eileen moves towards the giant meat grinder during the fight with Walter. And however possessed Eileen is throughout the game, that is how possessed she's going to be for that fight. So if she is at maximum possession, it doesn't matter how many holy candles you stick around her, even if you do it at right before the boss fight, the last time that you're around her, once you get to the actual boss fight, Eileen will not be recovered. She will always be back to whatever her possession level was. So the temporary reversal of her possession is not worth it, really. You're better off saving holy candles for removing hauntings in your room, because they don't really do much for you with Eileen, and they will not affect Eileen at the end of the game. Hey, Empress. Hope you're doing well tonight.
The door won't open. That nosy guy gave me something really good. I could let you have it, but not for free. I'm really thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Oh, chocolate. Oh, chocolate. I'm really thirsty. I'm so thirsty. I want some chocolate milk.
Just got to get all that dialogue out of him. All right. Here's your chocolate milk, Jasper.
Oh man, that was awesome. Here, take this. There's something written on it.
Just throws it on the fucking ground. It's a small spade with a bloody inscription. Written in blood is opposite where the lake and house meet, inside the hand holding on to the ground. So it gives you a clue as to where you're supposed to go and use it. Opposite of where the lake and house meet. So we haven't found the lake just yet, so we don't know what the opposite of it is, but it is going to be this path right here. You can see there's a gray sort of mark there for that door that goes up and left. So opposite of the lake in the top left is going to be the bottom right, where we go and use the spade. But we'll go over to the lake first. Also, again, I mentioned it earlier, but I find it really interesting the way they treated maps in this game. We've been drawing the map as we explore. So instead of just picking up a map that you find, like the first 3 Silent Hill games, to kind of show you where you are, this game encourages exploration. So that as you go through into a new area, a new part of the world, Henry draws it out. And if there's something notable in that area, like the car, where we found Jasper's notes, that car is there. He drew some dark marks in the room next to that, the area next to that, where Jasper was and Nakihona is. So he draws all this out as you sort of find things. Ooh, I might be dead. Not quite. Not today. It's that lake in Silent Hill, Toluca Lake. I haven't seen that place in a while. I took a trip there a few years back. There was a photo of the lake in my room. We looked at it. So, Henry acknowledges it's been a few years. He's visited Silent Hill. He took some pictures. He didn't have a weird experience there or anything. He didn't run into Walter. He didn't have, freaky alternate dimension demon fighting or anything like that happening. He just went there, took some pictures, went back home to, South Ashfield. But now he's seeing that, weird, I'm in Silent Hill again. Even though we're not physically there. It's just Walter's world, Walter's created version of reality based on his memories of these places. But that is Toluca Lake. Some more weird writing here that we'll get to read with Eileen later on. Health kit. Again, we're just going to stockpile these for now. Until the second half of the game, when we don't get our free heal in the room anymore, which we're pretty much almost dead. Let's go back to the room, put some inventory away, and heal Henry up. That's a different background than the Silent Hill 2. Yes, it is. Hey, Techie. Yeah, I think those are some photos from the same place. Derwentwater in Keswick, or Keswick, I think it's supposed to be pronounced, but it's spelled like Keswick. But yeah, the lake itself, or the shots of the lake that we see in Silent Hill 4, is a different backdrop than what we use or what we see in Silent Hill 2. But it still looks like that real life location. So maybe they just had different photos of the same place. Yeah, it does look very similar to the Overlook Hotel. Or, excuse me, to the Silent Hill 2 Overlook. Brain went shining mode. Nothing new out here just yet. And you can see our health is regenerating at a decent speed. Here's our picture of Lake Toluca. There are so many weird stories about Silent Hill, but looking at the scenery, it's hard to believe that any of them are true. We get a little bit different dialogue examining the painting after seeing Walter's World version of Lake Toluca, and then coming back and looking at Lake Toluca, the photo that Henry took while he was there. It's the lighthouse near the lake in Silent Hill. There was an old amusement park by there. Lighthouse with an amusement park nearby. So that is the lighthouse in Silent Hill 1 that Harry goes to the top of and sees Alessa. Because then the next place you go after that is to Lakeside Amusement Park via the sewers. It was a nice sunny day when I snapped this shot in downtown Silent Hill. The air was so fresh and I felt so good. So again, he, as far as he remembers, he went to Silent Hill, he took some pictures. It was fine. It was fine. The air was nice. He felt good. It wasn't like anything weird. So just to kind of further that point that not everybody who enters into Silent Hill or its realm of influence has weird experiences. It's not like that to everybody. Scraps from magazine articles, books, things like that. Nothing useful. Anything else about the church? It's a photo of Silent Hill Church. It was just a quick snapshot, but if I stare at it, I feel like I'm being sucked in. It makes me feel so strange. Someone's at the door.
Help me! Help! Let me out of here!
There's something going on in this room.
What do you mean?
I heard weird noises coming from inside there.
Help!
Hey, Richard, can you see anything from your window?
No. Everything looks pretty normal to me. The guy who lives here, what's he like anyway?
I know his name and face, but that's about it.
Well, I'm gonna go call the super.
Yeah, good idea.
Damn it. They can't hear me.
Damn it. So it's been established already, but he is completely trapped in this room. People can't hear him. He can't dig his way out. He can't break the windows. Interesting tie. Oh yeah. Braintree has some amazing fashion sense when it comes to ties. Like a fucking biblical painting. Which character models look better? Silent Hill 3s or Silent Hill 4s? They're pretty comparable. They're both very really well done. I feel like the detail in the models themselves are really, really close as far as quality. I feel like Silent Hill 3's animations look better. I don't know if they had more rigging in the face for their models and stuff for some of their cutscenes and things, but it feels like Silent Hill 3, the facial expressions are a lot more detailed than they are in 4. But they don't look bad. Not at all. Hey, Meow Mix. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Yeah, 4 did not have the same amount of polish as Silent Hill 3 had. And it didn't even have all of the main members of Team Silent working on it. So there is definitely some noticeable differences when it comes to those points of quality between 3 and 4. I could put the plaque away, but I'm going to keep it. It's fine for now. Don't really have to go right now. Alright. So we put some stuff up. We healed. We found where the lake meets the house. Time for everyone's favorite level? No, we're still on Forest World. We still have more to do here. I guess if Forest World is your favorite level, then yeah, sure. There we go. Trying to kill stuff so I can look around here, because there is some creepy, weird shit. But it can be kind of hard to get in camera. There we go. There's like a body just like hanging up here. All these weird, like sort of rotted, severed, what look like limbs hanging around in different spots. What were they doing with all this? Is that cult involved in all this? Maybe. There's something on the other side of the wire netting. My God, it stinks. There's nothing interesting, but... what were these pipes used for? It's a ladder. Should I climb up? No, this one doesn't lead to anywhere. It's just a small step ladder. Some long-handled tools there. What's this? What could this be here for? So it's just all this sort of weird stuff out here. And Henry's like, what does the orphanage need with all this weird shit? There's stinking hunks of meat. Definitely not normal, typical orphanage shit. So, opposite of where the lake and house meet, we went to the top left to see where the lake meets the land, essentially. So now we need to go to the bottom right to get to the opposite place, which is where we're going to use the spade. I just gotta run through these areas. I don't want to deal with all these enemies. Luckily, there's not like a whole lot of stuff to kind of stop and examine. Plus, we'll be back here with Eileen later to kind of get a second chance to look around at some of this stuff. And then there's that fun noise. Which, no, I have no idea what that is. It's just a creepy fucking noise that happens. An arm coming up from the ground. Oh man, thank God, it's just a tree root. So that's what our clue on the blood-inscribed spade was. Opposite where the lake and house meet, inside the hand, holding onto the ground. Got the rusted bloody key. Also, digging up that key, the sound of the shovel in the dirt, that's kind of what it sounded like when Eileen is sweeping up the floor outside Henry's front door. Rusted and bloody key. Inscribed on it is, the holder of this key will wander for eternity. And we'll find out what that means in a little bit. Rusted and bloody key. Inscribed on it is, the holder of this key will wander for eternity. We'll find out what that means in just a little bit. Rusted and bloody key. Inscribed on it is, the holder of this key will wander for eternity. We'll find out what that means in just a little bit. So yeah, you're stuck in a loop. You can't go back. As long as you're holding the key. Everything just keeps repeating. But we got the note. We can check our scrapbook. Jasper's memo pad. That nosy guy said one other thing if you don't that I don't understand. If you bring the dug up key, you can't go back. Put it away somewhere before you return there. So we've got to go stash the key. And we've got a ghost. Give me that golf club. The 6-iron. Another one for the golf club collection. Ow. Excuse me, sir. Put away the golf club. Put away the key. Anything on the radio? Anything in Eileen's room? Just Robbie chilling there. Ugh. Braintree staring in his fucking biblical painting tie. All right, see you later, Richard. So now that the key is stashed, we can go back. Without being stuck. No more infinite loop. But still whatever that noise is. Because of course. People said that is the woman in the painting from Silent Hill 2, although I'm not sure. Woman in the painting from Silent Hill 2. What woman? What painting in Silent Hill 2? Do you mean Silent Hill 3? And even then, I don't think it's the same artwork. I think, like, what's on Braintree's tie is... It's like an actual piece. Like, it's a real... piece of artwork, classical artwork, isn't it? I don't actually know off the top of my head, so one of those things. I think I might have had notes on it at one point, but that's like 4 computers ago. Stuff that I don't easily have on hand anymore. It's a shame. I've lost so much info over the last few years from computers dying and hard drives dying and having to recompile notes and losing stuff from hard drive transfers and stuff. I used to have a lot more info kind of at the ready, and now I'm basically at 0 again. I don't have any reference other than stuff that I can easily pull up online from like SilentHillMemories.net. It's Silent Hill. People randomly say a lot of stuff. Oh, it apparently became kind of a meme on like Reddit and some other things where people who watched my one of my Silent Hill 2 playthroughs, where I'm guilty of just like seeing things that are not there as well. There's like a little texture, a flyer or poster texture in Silent Hill 2 and Heaven's Night that to me, my brain saw it as this concept art for the character Cammy White in Street Fighter. And I was like, oh, they've been known to pull things from magazines and art books and stuff like that to use as textures in Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. So I thought maybe it was a thing there. And it's most likely not. It's my brain seeing something that is there. But apparently people found that really funny just because when I first noticed it, I was going off for like 20 minutes like, oh, I think this is artwork of Cammy. So sometimes you just see shit that's not there. The difference between that is I don't go around and post it on the Silent Hill wiki as fact, as like, here's this thing that I saw and, you know, it's definitely there. I'll speculate on things, but if I don't have a way to confirm 100% what something is, I try to make sure I let people know, like, this is just a hypothesis or a theory or just my own weird way of seeing something. If something ever is confirmed one way or another, I usually try to cite if it's mentioned in an interview or what my source is for things. Shit, did I remember to get the key? That was the whole reason I needed to go back. No. Oh, I do that all the time in this game. I'll forget to grab something or do inventory, especially if I get caught up talking about something. My brain just doesn't keep track of everything anymore. Love the idea of an inventory system, but for the love of God, they should have let ammo and nutrition drinks stack. Absolutely agree. That would have been nice. But nope. It's all individual. It takes up a slot of its own. It's a child's drawing. And here we get a bit of a mention, some more references to other things kind of in the Silent Hill overall world, universe, lore, cinematic universe. There's a scribbled note. Have you found Alessa yet? How is Walter's progress coming along? Send me a report. Nothing else. We don't get a signature. We don't know who it's from. We don't know who it's to. But there's a note mentioning Alessa. How she might be related to the orphanage, things like that. We get a little bit more towards that. We'll find out a little bit later that Dahlia is one of the people who was very influential to Walter, who's kind of the one who is directly responsible for Walter's brainwashing, for him believing in the cult's teachings and being sort of tricked into performing this ritual. Because for Walter, he's doing the 21 sacraments because he's been led to believe for his whole life that can bring his mother back or reunite him with his mother. Walter is so traumatized and messed up in the head that he believes room 302, the apartment room itself, is his mother, which is why he's obsessed with it. So he's performing a ritual to try to be reunited with room 302 that he thinks is his mom. And Dahlia utilizes that sort of trauma and spins it into something that benefits her, benefits the cult. She wants Walter to perform the ritual because it's supposed to bring about one of the cult's gods. So we can kind of guess that this is most likely either to or from Dahlia. Dahlia is most likely involved with this little note here. And we get Dahlia named pretty much directly later on. Like, that's not something that I'm making an assumption about. It's in the game itself. It's one of the bits of reading that Eileen can do when we come back to Forest World the second time. Good job, Jasper. There's also a lot of little reused assets here and there throughout Silent Hill 4. Like this thing, this heater. This is where you fill the wine bottle with gasoline in Silent Hill 3. It's a little heater thing that looks just like this one. It's falling apart, and I can't even read most of the pages. Here's a part I can read. The second sign, and God said, offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. And I like how when you start reading this, you hear in the background the sound of the door opening and closing. Jasper going into that room where he's about to become, well, victim number 17. We saw that victim number 16, Cynthia, has already been sacrificed. She's already been killed as part of the ritual. So now Jasper's about to be 17. The second sign, and God said, offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. So this is explaining the ritual that Walter is performing. So offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. The 10 sinners are Walter's first 10 victims out of the 21 sacraments. The white oil is white chrism, which is another ritualistic item that the cult uses. We first see it in Silent Hill 2. The white chrism is a New Game Plus item that you use to unlock the rebirth ending, which implies that James is collecting ritual items and trying to perform a ritual to bring Mary back when you go for that ending in Silent Hill 2. The same substance, the white oil, the white chrism, is being used in this game for a very, very similar ritual. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. From the darkness and void bring forth gloom and gird thyself with despair for the giver of wisdom. All of these capitalized mentions, words here, where it talks about all of these aspects of the power of heaven. So, well, first of all, be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. That's the next step of the ritual for Walter. So first he kills his initial 10 victims. Gather the blood of the 10 sinners. So that's his first 10 victims. Then be released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. Walter kills himself. He is shedding his flesh. He is being released from his own physical body in order to gain the power of heaven, to exist as a ghost, as a spirit that has the power to make these other worlds and pull people into them in order to continue finishing the ritual. And then each of these capitalized words represent other victims of Walter's, the rest of the sacraments from 12 through 21. Darkness, void, gloom, those are despair, those are all his other victims. That's Braintree, that's Cynthia, that's Jasper. And the giver of wisdom is Joseph Schreiber himself. There is a giver of wisdom and a receiver of wisdom. Joseph is literally giving us wisdom throughout the entire game. He's giving us notes and clues as to what Walter is doing, what the ritual is, how the cult is involved. Even after his death, he's doing everything he can to help Henry, to give Henry wisdom. And Henry, in all of this, is known as the receiver of wisdom. You even hear the enemies later on called the twin victims. A lot of people mostly know the twin victims from this game. They're like the most iconic enemy from this game, I would say, where they stand up on their giant, weird, mutated hands, and they've got two little baby faces up on the top part of their body. That's the twin victims. And they point. There's parts of this game where they will point at Henry and whisper receiver or receiver of wisdom to him. So we'll point that out later when that happens. The third sign, and God said, return to the source through sin's temptation. Source, temptation. So temptation was victim number 16, Cynthia. Source is victim number 17, that's Jasper. Under the watchful eye of the demon, wander alone in the formless chaos. Only then will the 4 atonements be in alignment. Jasper's not having a good time. There's a plate on the door. The source placard. Placard from Forest World shows a baby and says source.
talked about the devil!
A special news report. In a forest near Silent Hill, the burned corpse of a 30-year-old male was discovered earlier today. The police have ruled it a homicide and are investigating. The numbers 17121 were reportedly carved into the man's body. Due to the marks on the victim, the police are investigating possible links to the Walter Sullivan case 10 years ago.
Walter Sullivan case 10 years ago. So to give an idea of how long Walter has been performing this ritual, trying to complete it, it's been over 10 years since he started. And people are recognizing that it's still going on. They're still seeing the trademark numbers carved into the victims that Walter has been doing. The nosy guy he was talking about was Joseph, right? Yes. See if we got anything out here. Nothing in the skies yet. There will be eventually. Apparently, it's super rare to have a sunny day in Silent Hill. I was just a lucky tourist to show up on that day, I guess. So he just showed up on a random, nice day in Silent Hill. Again, just sort of reinforcing that idea. Nothing weird happened to Henry when he was actually in Silent Hill. There's a rumor that something weird happened at the amusement park near this lighthouse a few years back, but nobody knows the truth. I wonder if there's a connection between Silent Hill Church and the orphanage in the forest. So he is at least kind of piecing that all together. This is my bed. The police also suspect a copycat. Well, the police suspect a copycat because Walter killed himself. So anybody in the real world, like anybody who doesn't understand what's going on, which is basically everybody, is going to think Walter, it's a copycat. Walter killed himself. Everybody knows this. They're not going to think, oh, he was performing a ritual and his spirit survived and it's his ghost still performing the ritual. He wasn't able to complete. Nobody's going to think that, except for the people directly involved in this game, like in the plot. Any of the police and news reporters and people like that, they're all just going to think it's got to be a copycat because the real Walter killed himself. But we know better. He was his 11th sacrifice. And he attained the power of heaven. Could that forest world have been somewhere on this photo of Silent Hill? Someone at the door again.
This is the superintendent. Are you in there, Henry?
Help me! There's something wrong with this room! Help! Let me out of here!
Is anybody home?
What's going on here?
key. I'm sure I heard something in there. Yeah. That sound. It's the same one as back then.
Thanks, Frank. Very valuable insight. Well, there is another bloody handprint. Victim number 17. Handprint number 17, representing Jasper. I've got nothing to cook, so I don't need to wash dishes. Nothing to cook, so he's definitely out of food. This is no time for cooking. Besides, there are no ingredients in this room. What are these cans of, then? It looks like you've at least got, like, olive oil, and some cans of beans or something. Light bulbs. Fair point. Those are his canned light bulbs. No Eileen. Radio.
And next, we'll be taking a look at the weather. Tonight, we can expect scattered clouds clearing by morning. Tomorrow looks to be quite a nice day with warm and sunny weather continuing through the evening, and the weekend we can expect more of the same. So I hope you all get out there and enjoy your weekend.
Okay. Just like I thought, the power's blown. With the clock stopped, my sense of time is all screwed up. Sounds like a nice day to go outside. I know, right? Just to add insult to injury. Can't open the window. Up until a few days ago, it was no problem, ever since I started having those nightmares. Well, no time for that right now. Of course there's no one in the bathtub. This is no time to be taking a shower. Okay, nothing new there. No water from the faucet either. The hole has changed again, and I think I can hear children's voices. Not just yet. Sorry, but really quickly I need to take another short break before we go into world number 3. But again, thanks everybody who's been following. I don't have alerts on. A lot of times people don't want to be called out when they follow the channel, but I do see and appreciate all the new people coming by, following the channel. Hope you're enjoying your time here. And everybody, I hope you're all just enjoying the stream so far. But yeah, we're going to still finish all this up tonight. We still have so much more to get through. Silent Hill 4 is kind of a long one. So I'm going to take a real quick break, stretch my legs for a moment, grab a drink, and I will be right back. We'll continue on with some more Silent Hill 4. Back in a bit. All right. All right, all right, all right. Hey, Michelle. I'm doing well. Hope you're having a good evening. All right. So, Cynthia has been killed. Victim number 16 out of 21 for Walter. Jasper has been killed. Victim number 17, or sacrifice number 17 out of 21. And now the whole has changed again. I think I can hear children's voices. And we're going. All right, Hirimi, take it easy. Have a good night, man. Now we're on everyone's favorite level. Yeah. Get me the out of here. Get me the out of here. Hey, Full Metal, welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, water prison. Again, we're drawing the map as we go along. Such an interesting part of this game. But a lot of people, Slick, you pointed out, now we're on everyone's favorite level. For a lot of people who played Silent Hill 4, usually water prison's one of the ones that's a little bit trickier. It's kind of annoying getting through this area and solving sort of the puzzle of the area to finish it. I'd say for most people, they probably got stuck the longest either here or on Building World, especially second time around. Building World second time around, when you've got to try and get Eileen through the entire place, is also pretty annoying, but I know a lot of people who were especially creeped out by this area and just generally had a hard time getting through this area on like a first playthrough. Pistol bullets. Graffiti. It still looks like a kid's writing. I'm being watched from the middle room. We're starting to see... We hear yawning and footsteps and occasionally see shadows pass through here, giving the impression that somebody is watching these kids in their cells, which, as we're going to come to find out, is what Andrew was hired to do. The guy who's shouting, "Get me out of here." You hear him like spitting and stuff. Locked.
He's gonna kill me. Walter's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Get me out. Get me the hell out of here.
Get me the out of here.
Get me out. Get me the hell out of here.
It's locked. I'll do my best, bud. No promises. Hell is a censored word? It's not censored. It's just a bug. It is literally just a typo or a bug in the subtitles. It is an error. It's not being censored. Something's written. I'm sick of being watched. And there's a noose hanging from somewhere. Somehow a child in here managed to get all the way up somewhere off camera and tie a noose and have it hang down this far. But still, the implication of like a child wanting so bad to not be in this prison that they would commit suicide is a pretty dark fucking context. Sound of a can being knocked over. All right. So that's everything here in the first floor that we can get to. Oh, and this note.
Kill me. Walter's gonna kill.
There's a sloppily written note on the ground. So this note is one of the few things like that changes based on what difficulty level you're playing on. So unlike Silent Hill 2 and 3, there's not a separate riddle difficulty. You just select easy, normal, or hard. So you don't really get like harder riddles. There's not really puzzles in the game in that way. But this is one of the few things that'll change based on your difficulty. If you play on easy, you get the most information from this note versus playing on hard mode. This note is like one sentence. So it just kind of varies how much of a hint they give you to solve the water prison itself. The whole area is kind of one big puzzle. And this is what we get if you play on normal. Lucky, I finally escaped from the cell. I decided to take a careful look around this building. The scariest place was the first floor basement. There's a kitchen in the northeast, but next door in the northwest is a death chamber. To get in there, you have to punch in the right numbers. I don't know the numbers, and it was too dark to even see the panel, so I didn't go in.
Kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Well, that sucks for you. Shouldn't have pissed off Walter. Shouldn't have been a piece of shit to him. Sloppily written note. This is another note that's affected by your difficulty selection. To get to the surveillance rooms in the middle of this complex, you have to use the corpse disposal chutes in the cells. However, on the first and second floors, these cells are locked. That's so the kids wouldn't discover them. So you have to get to the first floor from one of the cells on the third floor. I know how to do it, but it's really a pain. Also, the lights only work on the third floor. So, giving you some idea of what you're supposed to do. Get to the first floor from the third, using corpse disposal chutes. Lights only work on the third floor, so you've got to figure out how to line everything up to get the light to the first floor so that you can see what you're doing in the death room that needs a keypad combination. All this information that you get from those two notes. And on hard mode, it basically tells you nothing. Yeah, Empress. The ambient sounds and background tones and stuff in these games are really, really good. Again, 4, because it had like the shorter development time, less of the core Team Silent members working on it, it's not quite up to the same quality, I would say, as like Silent Hill 2 or 3, but it is still very good. You still have Yamaoka putting in work, doing all the creepy audio. It's a key. Take this key. You got the water prison exit key. Key found in the water wheel room, second floor basement. Up is carved into it. We're going to go up. We're not going to go over there. Well, actually, we are going to go over here just to look at this interesting hallway. I love how the proportions of this hallway are all skewed. It looks normal, but once you actually run out here, the hallway is abnormally wide. Like, again, reality and physics, none of that has any basis on things in Walter's world. But I just love the visual of the giant hallway, this massive door. And then when we come back to Water Prison World later, we're going to have to go down this hallway and through that door, and it's going to be the correct proportion. Let's go back to the room here. Just to look around, see if there's any new notes, anything different. Do all the victims have a special relationship with Silent Hill, the room, or Walter, or some of them just random people? They are not random people. They are all people who have some significance to Walter. People that he knew, people who were involved in the cult, people who were, you know, in Walter's way, or people he viewed as coming in between him and reuniting with Room 302 that he thinks is his mother. And they actually separately released a lot of supplemental notes on the Konami website back when Silent Hill 4 released. And those supplementary notes gave a lot more info about Walter's victims and how Walter knew them. Stuff that sadly is not in the game directly. It very easily could have been. It could have just been some extra notes that you go and pick up, you know? Instead of being stuff just stuck on the Konami website. Okay, that dialogue is still the same. Got some static out here. I don't remember turning this on. Even when I turn the power off, the screen stays on. Little by little, we're starting to see the room get more and more haunted. Got this photo from Sunderland, the superintendent. I heard his son, that would be James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2, and daughter-in-law, that would be Mary, disappeared in Silent Hill a few years back. So there we get much more direct reference to Silent Hill 2. And then we get Eileen giggling at whatever's on TV. Must be really good. And if you sit here and watch enough, you'll actually see some interesting animations. There's some that are actually, like, pretty rare, too. She's having a great time. And off she goes. Bye, Eileen. What is Eileen on? Because I want some. Her gummies just kicked in. Ain't the bunny from Silent Hill 3? It is. That is Robbie the Rabbit. One of the Lakeside Amusement Park mascots. Oh, she's back. She's back to the TV. See if we get any different animations this time. Oh, here's a good one. She sees you. She sees you, chat. And right back to watching TV. Oh, looking at the hole in the wall again. Just sort of staring with her mouth open. Staring again. There's a lot of these animations that if you don't just like sit and watch, especially at very particular parts of the game, there's so many animations with her that are super easy to miss. Let's go ahead and double check out here one more time. Oh, there's Frank. Yelling at somebody. No, nobody acknowledges the bloody handprints outside the room. Most likely it's something that only Henry can see. People like banging on the walls. Oh, and there's the audio loop. All right, let's go back. Eileen in the nurse outfit this run? No, I don't have any save data on this emulator right now. So this is like a brand new, fresh first playthrough as far as the emulator and save data is concerned. So I don't have anything unlocked. Frank fighting Walter's ghost. There we go. So the key we got that it told us to go up, we can use. Get to the next floor. Alright, floor number 2. The lock's broken. And we've got more of these enemies in the way. These are known as toadstools, by the way. And they very closely resemble upright umbilical cords with not completely developed fetuses on the end. You could also interpret them to look kind of sperm-like a sperm head and tail. I'm sure both are intentional. They can harm you. You have to walk into them. But walking into them does hurt you. Yeah, Slick. We talked about that earlier in the stream. But many, many heavy themes in this game about birth, rebirth, impregnation, umbilical cords, all of these things that are very significant to Walter and his trauma. So a lot of the symbolism, not just in the enemies, but some of the areas and things as well, is visually made to depict things revolving around pregnancy, birth, those sort of aspects, those themes. It's a diary. I've been watching the surveillance room's peephole the whole time, and sometimes he's there. I can tell because I see a shadow move, or I hear his footsteps. Bottles filled with black powder. We find out what that black powder is in some other notes, where apparently they put gunpowder in the food to act as like a drug to keep the children in line. It's graffiti. It doesn't look like it was written by an adult. Picking my nose a lot. Okay. Not much else to do in water prison. Who's walking outside? So from the perspective of the children sitting in their cells, there is a guard patrolling the centerpiece. Is like, this is all shaped like a big circle, right? So in the very middle of all of this, you have a guard patrolling and watching the floors. Andrew, who is the guy who was locked in a cell on the first floor saying, "Get me the hell out of here." He was the one hired by the cult to keep an eye on the kids. He was one of the guards, essentially. The watchman, whatever you want to think of it as, here in the orphanage. So from this perspective, we're seeing either him or one of the other guards that works here and keeps an eye on the kids. But then we see Andrew himself being stuck in a room as well. So it's kind of, we're seeing it from the perspective of the children being watched. The guard sounds female, just basing it on the heel sound. Well, I don't know if you just heard the hacking up a lung sound, but it sounds pretty male when you hear that. DeSalvo is still in the cell, so it probably is Walter. Here's the thing, Empress. Like, this is Walter's completely created world. Reality does not apply here. Just because DeSalvo is physically locked in the cell right now, Walter has memories of being a child locked in one of these cells while DeSalvo walked around and watched him and the other children. So while we're in the cell, we could just be seeing Walter's memories of being watched by DeSalvo, even though DeSalvo himself is locked up in another room. Like, reality doesn't have to make sense. Like, just because his physical body, it's not even his physical body. This is all people's souls or spirits or subconscious whatever being pulled into Walter's created worlds. Reality has no bearing here. There's something written on paper. It still looks like a kid's writing. I peed in my pants. I gotta wash them so nobody finds out. Oh, I just saw a shadow. I think someone saw me. And they got their clothes hanging up where they tried to dry them out after peeing their pants. DeSalvo was not a member of the cult. No, he was an employee who was very, very mean to the children in the water prison being run by the orphanage. We find out from some of the writings that we're going to come across later that Walter can recall DeSalvo putting slugs and things into the children's water, which is why we see the slug enemies crawling all over the walls and stuff here, which are officially called tremors. There's graffiti here. I'm a boy genius and I figured out the answer to the surveillance room puzzle. It's light and water. Another little hint for getting out of water prison area. Thanks to the boy genius. Here's our first look at the twin victims. It's a hole. So this is where we can start jumping down holes, and we would go from this floor behind a locked door on the second floor, but we're going to need to rotate these entire floors to make it all line up. There's another one. Burpee Boys are back. Oh, these are not the Burpee Boys. You'll know when we get to the Burpee Boys. Burpee Boys are going to be when we get to the hospital later. These are the twin victims, which are kind of a weird thing. So, pretty much all of Walter's victims appear as ghosts. You even get a specific note that we read at the beginning of the game that explains how if you die in Walter's world, you become a spirit, a ghost that haunts the realm. But the twin victims are different. They are Walter's victims, Billy and Miriam Locane, two children that Walter killed as part of the 21 Sacraments. And they did not show up as ghosts. They show up as these creatures. And yeah, Legate, there's not anything really explained in the lore. There's plenty of stuff we can speculate on. Maybe their innocence as children meant that they wouldn't be spirits, but instead manifest as these creatures, the twin victims. It may have been a censorship thing. They might have had or anticipated, having a harder time with children or childlike ghosts being recurring enemies. Remember, Team Silent already ran into that issue with the first Silent Hill game, and the Mumblers, the gray children enemies, where they originally looked more like children, and then they had to redesign them like 3 times before the game finally released, and they just sort of made most of them shadow-like, and then it still got censored in releases outside of the US, where they got rid of the Mumblers altogether and just replaced them with claw fingers. So maybe they just didn't want to mess with childlike enemies, so they combine Billy and Miriam into this grotesque creature that's not childlike in order to get around that. Again, I don't know for sure. It's speculation, but that could have something to do with why the twin victims are not ghosts like everything else. All of Walter's other victims, anyway. Something written on the paper. Now it will look like I'm sleeping. Huh? Were those footsteps? I wonder if they saw me. Got their clothes laid out on the bed. They were trying to fool the guards into thinking they were laying in their beds. Oh god, loud. It's just some bullets in there, and I would have to spend bullets to get to it, so not worth it. Any concept art of the original idea for those enemies in Silent Hill 1? There is. There is some artwork out there. I think you can find it on SilentHillMemories.net. I know I used to have some images saved. The PAL version changed the monsters with knives to reddish monsters with long claws. Yes, the monsters with knives are the ones called Mumblers. The monsters with the long claws are the ones called Clawfingers. So yeah, that was the PAL version and the Japanese version. Everything outside of the US, any other releases outside of the United States release, don't have those gray children, those Mumbler enemies. It only has Clawfingers. It's a diary. I'm in trouble. I stood in front of the surveillance room and yelled as loud as I could, but nobody came out. It's a diary. We had beef stew yesterday in the cafeteria. I heard there's a death chamber behind the kitchen, and they take meat straight from the dead people and cook it. That really scared me. How do you get health? Is it when you return to the room? For the first half of the game, returning to the room slowly heals you. Otherwise, you have to heal with healing items, health drinks, or first aid kits. There are clothes lying here. But yeah, once you get to the second half of the game, you're not able to heal in your room anymore. There's graffiti here. It still looks like a kid's writing. I got no clothes on. Okay, that's all the rooms on floor 2. Let's head up to floor 3. Which is just the roof. Again, Halo of the Sun door, where we'll return to this world later on. It's another big part of this game that a lot of people did not like. Is, myself included, it's one of the weaker aspects of the game. That you have to repeat the entire game. You go through all these areas in order, and then you go through them all again. But the second time around, you have Eileen with you. So you also have to get Eileen through each of these worlds. But still, it's a bit of a cop-out thing. And it shows. That's one of those things that I think would have maybe been better if this game had had a little bit more development time, a little bit more polish, the way 2 and 3 had. There's a handle here. So we're going to turn this. It opens up the sluice gates and allows this water to flow. And that's going to power up the lights. But then we still have to get into the middle so that we can rotate the floors so that we can drop through the holes. There's just so much to keep up with on Water Prison. That's why a lot of people tend to get stuck here on the first playthroughs. A new Silent Hill game will never happen, right? I wouldn't say never. Konami definitely doesn't have a whole lot of focus on making one right now, it would seem. But I wouldn't say never. Now, whether or not it'll be any good is a whole nother discussion. So, now that the sluice gate on the roof is open, lights are powered, we can drop through some holes. God damn it. Ah, there's the whisper. Where the twin victims... They're calling Henry the receiver of wisdom. Do it again. Say the line. Receiver of wisdom. Oh, they burped. The twin victims are burpy boys. They're not the really burpy boys. That gets here later. But the twin victims do burp. Weren't there rumors that Konami wants to do something with their old IPs, Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill, etc.? Kona, there have been rumors that Konami is going to do something with Silent Hill since Silent Hills was canceled. And that was 7 years ago. More than that, actually. 8 years ago at this point. There has been rumors about new Silent Hill games for the last 8 years. There's always going to be rumors that they're going to bring something back. They're never going to change that. That's just something we're going to have to deal with. There's a document here. This place continues to deteriorate. The doors to a number of cells no longer open. As a result, the kids inside can no longer go outside, but the less they know about that, the better. I can't open the doors, but From this room, I can watch them get more and more emaciated each day. With no food and never showering themselves, they turn into smelly little gray lumps in there. Following the suggestion of an engineer, we've disposed of the corpses by digging a hole below the cells. Since each floor of this building can be rotated independently, we can dispose of the bodies without the others noticing by aligning each cell with a body in it vertically. P.S. Chief, I bet you're just dying to see the interrogation room behind the kitchen. Excuse me. I understand your feelings, but have you noticed? There are 3 rooms with bloody beds. One's on the first floor, one is on the second floor, and one is on the third floor. If you line those 3 rooms up, then it's bingo. There's your explanation of what to do, how to rotate the rooms, and you can also look through these sort of peepholes to see where the bloody beds are, where the holes are, and how many times you need to rotate each floor in order to make them all line up. From what I know, the new Silent Hill game they were talking about making turned out to be a pachinko machine. The pachinko machine was from before everything else. Let me see. The Silent Hill Pachi slot. Oh, what is it, Ziggy? My cat is suddenly very vocal. What is it, buddy? Yeah, so I mean, the Pachi slot was released in 2015. Wish they would put their games on newer platforms. Honestly, I'd be fine with just that. Even if we never got a good or like a new Silent Hill game at all, I would love just re-releases. Not even remakes or remasters. Just a port of the classic games onto modern hardware. Water Prison was just used by the cult to punish kids from the orphanage, correct? For the most part. They are essentially forcing the children into, you know, their cult, into their beliefs. You either join the cult, you read your ritual books and you do what the cult wants you to do, you become a loyal member, or they leave you to turn into a smelly little gray lump here in the prison. To keep a close eye on the kids, it's important to keep the cells well lit. The lights on the third floor were originally bought as searchlights. As a precaution against a blackout, they were set up to run on a private generator. There's a hydroelectric generator in the basement. To light up the first and second floors, use the corpse disposal chutes. Since each floor of the building can be rotated, you can light up any of the cells by matching up the holes. Repeating this periodically is an effective way to keep the kids fearful and well-behaved. P.S. Chief, if you turn the handle in the middle of this room, you can easily rotate the cells. You can't rotate the first floor, so align the second and third floors with the first floor cell that has the blood-stained bed. By the way, if you use the people in this room, it's easy to make sure you're doing it right. Give it a try. Also, please don't forget to open the sluice gate on the roof. Already done that. Much appreciated, Chief. These notes, again, on hard mode, do not give you nearly as much information to like figure out what you're supposed to do here. So if you haven't already played this, like if you played this your very first time on hard mode, it would be much, much more difficult solving what you're supposed to do here in the water prison. And this is always essentially the same. You just need to turn this floor to the right 4 times. Trying to remember. This one goes to the right 4 times. And then the third floor goes to the right twice. So here's 1. 2. 3. And 4. And then we go up a floor. If we can interact with the ladder. Some kind of memo. The secret number for getting through the door in the back of the kitchen this month is 0302. 302. It's such a significant number to Walter that in his mind, in this created world that we're currently in, a world made by Walter, 302 is still there. Thanks for your cooperation. Turn this to the right twice. Andrew DeSalvo is free.
Stay in there. God, please. Come on, let me out of here. So I didn't die in here. Make me stay in there, Walt. Walter, I'm telling you, stay down. Walk away.
Who is that boy? And who are you?
His name's Walter. Walter Sullivan. I used to work at the orphanage watching the kids. I'm Andrew DeSalvo. They tried to make it seem like an orphanage, but according to that town's holy scriptures, it was actually the center of their religion. And that kid Walter, he was really into that mumbo jumbo. Especially that Descent of the Holy Mother business. It was scary. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah, Andrew, he knew he fucked up. The moment he saw Walter, he knew exactly how much of a shit situation he's in. Let's go ahead and go back. We'll heal up. Isn't there a mod that turns the hauntings back on? There are modders that are currently working on that. I don't think it's actually been released yet. But there are modders that are currently working on enabling those hauntings for the PC version. There we go. That health regen. One in 3 ports might be iffy because of the results of a lawsuit, right? Well, here's the thing. As far as like putting stuff on good old games, Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4 all have PC ports. Like they all have official PC versions. So 4 got put on there. 2 and 3 should theoretically be able to just be put up there exactly the same way. That lawsuit that you're talking about, Silent Hill, that was settled before Silent Hill 3 PC version came out. So Konami just pulled all the Silent Hill 1 audio out of the Silent Hill 3 PC port. So if it got ported onto Good Old Games, it would probably still just be missing that audio. It sucks, but it would at least still be a way to get Silent Hill 3 PC version without spending an arm and a leg on a rare physical copy or piracy, you know? As far as Silent Hill 1, that would be a lot more difficult because that never had an actual PC port. It was only ever on the PlayStation 1. I mean, they did it digitally on like PS3. But that's the thing. It's been on PlayStation Store. It was there for PS3. It was there for Vita and PSP. So it would be nice just to be like, hey, go on my PlayStation 5. Have this PS1 game. Which might be a thing. I know they were talking about doing their subscription service, Sony, and having more classic games available on modern consoles. But I don't know if that's going to go as far back as PS1. I think it might just be mostly PS3 and some PS2, if I remember correctly. Same dialogue there. This is my bed. Same dialogue. Just want to check everything and see if we get any new dialogue when Henry examines stuff. Hey, we got another note. Scrap of red paper. Lately, I've been feeling like my life is in serious danger. I've been through a lot in my life, but I've never felt this kind of pure animal fear. In case something happens to me, I've decided to write down what I've learned for whoever you are that's living in the apartment now. I've been investigating the mass murder that took place 7 years ago, in which 10 people were killed in 10 days. They were killed in a variety of ways, but the one thing they had in common was that each corpse had the following numbers in order of their deaths carved into them. 1 of 21, 2 of 21, 3 of 21, and so forth, all the way up through 10. The name of their killer was carved in as well. His name was Walter Sullivan. April 4th. So that's Joseph playing his part as the giver of wisdom, bestowing wisdom upon Henry, so that we, as Henry and as the player, can learn more about Walter and essentially what he's doing. Frank is still yelling at somebody in the hallway. I guess Eileen finally heard the commotion outside. Got up and ran over to go see what that was all about. Yeah.
And on a lighter note, we have a new addition to the zoo. Last night at 3 a.m., a female baby tiger was born, and both mother and child are reportedly doing just fine.
Aw. See, it's not all bad. But again, themes of mother and child and birth, even in little radio messages and things like that, that overall theme is still there. But healed up, saved. We've already rotated the floors the way we needed to. Now we just gotta go drop down the correct hole. this should be it. So if we open up the map, we can see we drop here. Actually, did I not rotate these correctly? Or am I just looking at the wrong one? No, that was correct. So we've got the floors from 3rd floor all the way down to 1st floor lined up so that the lights are effective down here. Get out of here, toadstools. Don't think there's anything to look at or grab down here. Just wanted to double check. Yeah, Henry doesn't comment on any of that. So we get our watchfulness placard. Again, each of these victims of Walter's representing different aspects in the ritual in the 21 sacraments. And Andrew being the watchman, the guard who kept an eye on the children and mistreated them here in the water prison, is represented with watchfulness. Placard from Water Prison World shows an eye and says watchfulness. And just like our last two victims, we discover them after collecting the plaque. $18 out of 21. Only 3 victims left. Only 3 victims left. Walter is getting closer and closer to finishing the 21 sacraments. I like how the sun is progressively going down as the game goes on as well. It's getting darker and darker outside the apartment. Walter is unfortunately no closer to achieving a distinct personality. Do you mean Henry? Walter definitely has personality. Pretty much everybody in this game has personality, except for Henry, the main character. Or the player character, I guess. Still nothing out there. Any reason the subtitles are 18-1-1 instead of 18 out of 21? Because the fact that the 1 in that series of numbers is a slash separating the numbers 18 and 21 is not revealed until partway through the game. It's supposed to be a little bit more mysterious and not so easy to figure out, but if you're good with number patterns, it's a pretty easy pattern that, a lot of players are going to figure out anyway. But you eventually get a note that straight up tells you, hey, this number is not supposed to be a 1, it's supposed to be a slash. It's part of Joseph's investigative, discoveries that he eventually passes you in the form of a bloody note or a red note. Same dialogue there. This is my bed. Okay, same dialogue there. Was that because Walter is illiterate or something? Walter's not illiterate. He had to learn to read at a very young age. That's what the cult was sort of forcing him to do. Was blood coming out of here? We could hear the shower turn on when we were out in the hallway. Blood. It's stained with blood. It smells horrible. Just like that water-filled room under the cylindrical prison. The water isn't running in the toilet either. There's no water coming out at all. God, that crying noise. It's so creepy. Hey. There's a scrap of red paper stuck in here. I found something that's extremely effective against the ghosts. It saved my life. It was stuck into the huge rock in the woods near the orphanage. Nakihona, Jasper told us about that. It's a sword blade with a handmade triangle-shaped wooden handle that has some kind of spell written on it. As a weapon, it's heavy and hard to carry, but somehow it seems to change in response to the ghost victim's power. Strike when the sword is energized. If you don't reduce their power, your attacks will be repelled. As far as I know, there are only 5 swords in existence with that kind of power. It's extremely valuable. July 23rd. So they're straight up saying 5 Swords of Obedience, which is an item that we find in the game. It's not used as an actual weapon, but it can be used to pin a ghost after doing enough damage to one of the ghosts and knocking them down long enough to pin them with one of the swords. Since the ghosts are unkillable, pinning them with a Sword of Obedience is the only way to stop them from chasing you in their respective worlds. Put the red diary, July 23rd, in the scrapbook. We can hear voices outside the door.
How's it going with room 302?
Well, I just tried to open it up, but it looks like something's blocking it from the inside.
Huh.
Anyway, it's not the first time.
You mean the guy who lived here before?
And it wasn't just him either. There's something wrong with his whole apartment.
Don't say that. You're scaring me.
Well, anyway, I just slipped a note under his door. Don't worry about it too much. There are a lot of strange things in this world. The umbilical cord I keep in a box in my room. Lately it's started to smell terrible.
Huh? Umbilical cord?
Oh, well, I forget I said anything.
But still. Those noises.
Yeah, totally normal conversation there. Frank just casually talking about the umbilical cord of a stranger's baby that he's kept in a box in his room for decades. Well, another bloody handprint added. Another victim. Let's see if we get Andrew DeSalvo's head outside the window. Once you're back from Water Prison World, it's one of those things that you can start seeing in the room. You'll see Andrew DeSalvo's head go floating past the windows from time to time. And it can happen like this, when you're just walking around in the room, in other parts of the room, and looking towards the windows. And you can also see it if you're looking at the window from this view, and it'll fall like right in front of you. We'll see if we can get Andrew's head to make an appearance. Knocking. Who could it be? Better check on your neighbor soon. Written in blood over all the handprints. Thanks, Walter. Thanks for the heads up. Speaking of heads up, Andrew, where's your head? Maybe later. So you would think, with a message like that, better check on your neighbor soon. So if you go to check on Eileen, Eileen's not there. But Richard Braintree is also our neighbor, right over there. And you can see he's laying down. He's kind of twitching. And I think that might just be the emulator doing a weird thing. But he's laying there. He's asleep. Braintree's asleep. He's already in Walter's world. So his physical body is there. But his dream self, spirit, or whatever, is already in a world constructed, made by Walter. And we're about to go enter that world ourselves. There's a scrap of red paper stuck in here. It's stained with blood, and I can't read it. So that's what happens whenever Frank or anybody tries to pass a note under the door. So it just kind of further cements in that you are stuck in this room. You have no communication with the outside world. Like you can't pass notes up under the door, but you can pass notes under the door if it's to and from yourself, which the game actually makes you do later. Okay, still nothing in here. There's a note that spawns in here at a certain point in the game, and it's one of the notes that is like the easiest to miss. I'm periodically trying to check back whenever I think about it, look in the utility room and see if there's a note there. All right. Hole's even bigger now. There's a lot of noise coming from inside the hole. In we go. Time for monkeys. And if you tilt the camera up here, you can actually see all the gum heads, the monkey enemies, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. And again, just a door and a staircase. Staircase doesn't even go all the way down. The door is just glowing white light. We have this if we want to return to the room. But no real need to right now. I do need to take another really quick break, so I will be back in just a moment. Thanks everybody who's been chilling and enjoying the stream so far. We've still got quite a bit to go. We're almost halfway through the game, not quite halfway through, and it's been almost 5 hours. So we're looking at probably like a 10 to 12 hour stream, as is usually the case, if not longer. But yeah, thanks everybody who's been watching so far. Again, still plenty more to come. I just need to take a few minutes to stretch my legs, grab a drink, and I will be right back. All right. Building world. Building World is another one of those ones that's a little bit complicated. I know a lot of people who got stuck here on first playthroughs and stuff. What's a car doing here? A whole world of buildings. We start hearing gunshots going off. We're hearing Braintree actually fighting the Gumheads. Yeah. I love the enemies just going nuts when you knock them down the stairs. How much is the game on Good Old Games, and is it worth buying? I don't know how much it is right this very moment. I want to say it's like usually, what, $15 or some shit? It's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap. It's definitely worth it. PC version, it's missing some hauntings. But otherwise, it's a cheap way of playing Silent Hill 4, and it's a pretty solid version. It sucks that it's missing hauntings, but hopefully there will be a fan patch to re-enable those very soon. Fall from like 3 stories up.
Damn it.
Ouch.
Where the hell am I? You're a real person. Hey, you're the guy that lives across from me.
Yeah, my name's Henry.
I'm Richard Braintree, from 207. What the hell's happened to us? That hole in this freaky world. But if you're here too, then there must be something wrong with the whole apartment building. That must explain what happened to that other guy too.
What other guy?
The guy who lived in 302 before you. A journalist. He disappeared one day. He got pretty crazy towards the end. Shut himself up in his room and wouldn't come out. Anyway, I'm getting the hell out of here. You should too, if you know what's good for you.
Wait. Watch out for that kid.
Watch out for that kid. God, those fucking noises. I've seen this sign before, but even so, where am I? Hotel South Ashfield. I like how we're back to hearing the gunshots again. Did fucking Braintree go through the fall, talk to Henry, go through the door, and then go right back up and just start shooting at Gumheads again? It's like, alright, nice talking to you. I'm gonna go back to shooting these weird monkey monsters. I mean, I still have bullets. Why would I stop? There's birthday cake and champagne here. Champagne. Is it your birthday, sir? There's a weird sword stuck in his stomach, and he's holding something in his hand. We're going to take the item in the hand, the ghost's key, the key that the ghost was holding. But then we also have the option to take the sword stuck in his stomach. So, this is one of our first swords of obedience, one of the only things that we can use to pin a ghost. Since the ghosts can't be killed, this is the only way you can deal with the ghosts less, is by using these swords of obedience to pin ghosts down. And the game only gives you 5 of them in a single playthrough. Some of them you get very late in the game anyway, where it doesn't make too much of a difference. Personally, I usually just leave this ghost pinned. It's one less ghost that bothers you in this area. But what the hell? Let's just take it. We'll let him float around and do stuff. And we'll save this sword for some other ghost later. Does the ghost key open the ghost? That would be something. That would be something inappropriate, most likely. Extremely rare sword. When used against downed ghosts, it stops them in place. When pulled out, the ghost is revived. Is that true? Look at him go! He's revived! He's as good as new. Alright, see you later. You can down a ghost with just regular melee attacks, but it takes a long time to do so. Oh man. You see him zooming up these fucking stairs? Good lord, sir. Get out of my way. I love the visuals here. Sir, why are you so zoomy? All right. He's just so fast. What the hell? Something reeks. Give me that pistol bullet. Just big chunks of rotted meat, flesh. Whatever. There are a bunch of golf clubs in here, but it looks like they're all bent and broken. Maybe a little bit of a hint towards the golf clubs in the game being breakable weapons. Speaking of which, it's a golf club. Got the 5-iron. Another one for our collection. All sorts of sports supplies, but nothing particularly interesting. It's filled with volleyballs. It's an aluminum bat. Aluminum alloy bat. Reasonably powerful and easy to use as a weapon. It's an aluminum bat. Oh, this bat is made out of plastic. It's totally useless as a weapon. It's weird that the one that you pick up is aluminum, but then these are all plastic. The shelf's about to fall apart. There's nothing interesting in it, though. Inventory's almost full. So we've got a locked door there. Let's go ahead and go back to the room here. Empty out some inventory space. Heal up some of our damage. Sometimes Andrew's head will float by the window when you come back here. Just kind of waiting for a second, checking the windows anytime we come back. Look, you can see Richard. There's Braintree. It's snoozing away. Still just right there in his apartment. Even though he's in Walter's dream world, shooting monkeys. No new notes. Oh, Frank is done arguing in the hallway. Now he's just going to stand and stare creepy. And wiggle. Good job. Good job, Frank. You're doing great. Okay, that's still the same dialogue. Let's check on Eileen. Still not there. The head! Andrew's head! It went floating by. Lovely. Let's use the bat for a while. We'll put the pipe away. Some bullets away. Put our sword away. We'll use the bat for a bit. Bit for bat, bat for bit. That's cool. We got Andrew's head floating around the window. Oh, and there it goes right back up. It's one of those things that happens so quick, a lot of people don't catch it. Very easy to miss. But just a cool little thing. Andrew DeSalvo's head just floating around. Okay, still no note in there. Oh, do we have the toilet thing yet? Not yet. Keep getting ads for vegan makeup. I have no say or control over the ads, unfortunately. If it were up to me, I would just not have ads run on my channel at all. But that is definitely weird. Underwear and Absolute Vodka ads. Or Burger King. Huh. So bizarre. I spend most of my time on Twitch. If I'm not streaming myself, I'm usually watching streams. And I got so sick of all the fucking ads Twitch started making a thing in the last few years that I just shell out for fucking Twitch Turbo every month to not get ads. So I have no idea what kind of ads run on Twitch. I never see them. That dog is having a time. Look at him go. Are you dead? You're gonna get back up, aren't you? Nope, now you're dead. Pet store. Here we go. Beef chips. God, the resolution. I love playing this through the emulator or on the PC version even, where you can see the textures for these things so much clearer. So much more clearly. You can see the brand of dog food. It's called Beef Chips. And it's got a picture of a dog. This is very clearly dog food. It's enough cat food for an army of cats. Yep. Henry absolutely knows what animals are. You found keys. Will you take them? There's our Albert's Sports key. Found in the pet shop. It has Albert Sports written on it. There's pet food here. Oh, come on. Let me around. I mean, regardless of if cats and dogs can eat cat or dog food respectively, think about it. Henry just saw pet food boxes that very clearly have a dog on it. And it's 6 boxes. And he says it's enough cat food to feed an army of cats. See, it's like, I try to give Henry the benefit of the doubt. He's been starving in his room. He hasn't really been sleeping because he keeps going into like Walter World nightmares. So he's probably not all there and somewhat delirious or whatever, but come on. Come on. It's dog food. It's 6 boxes of dog food. How is that enough cat food to feed an army of cats in any state of mind? I don't know. This room is cool. I just wanted to come here and look at it while it's all weird and upside down. And then when you revisit later with Eileen, everything in this room is flipped once you kind of solve all the puzzles. There are cat food next to it. Okay, so you get a much better angle when you very first pick up the key, and sadly I can't get that angle again since I've already picked up the key. But this food in like the white boxes that's next to it is also dog food. That is a different dog, but that is still a dog on those boxes of food. Can't tell what's on this box, on this side. There are all sorts of dog and cat items here. This one that's right in front of him in the white box says dog food on it. The camera induces motion sickness. Yeah, the camera swinging around in 4 is a little bit rough. Controls and camera are not ideal in this one. It's definitely a step down from Silent Hill 3. Out of my way. Later, gumheads. Is Tormented Souls worth playing? It's Silent Hill inspired. Yeah, it sure is. Silent Hill inspired. It is Silent Hill Origins and Silent Hill Downpour inspired. 2 of my least favorite Silent Hill games. Yeah, I did a full playthrough of Tormented Souls. The archive is in my VODs. I would say get it on sale. I was not a big fan of Tormented Souls. If you can get it discounted or super cheap or something, then it's probably worth at least a playthrough. But if you're like a hardcore Silent Hill nerd like myself, and you hear pretty much what you just said there, that was what suckered me into playing it. Was I had a bunch of viewers and stuff telling me, hey, Tormented Souls, when are you going to play Tormented Souls? It's based on Silent Hill, it's based on Resident Evil, it's supposed to be classic style survival horror. And then I played it, and yeah, it is basically Resident Evil remake style controls, and then thematically it is very similar to Silent Hill Origins and Silent Hill Downpour. I really don't like either of those games, so I didn't like Tormented Souls being a sort of inspired by / rip off of those games. There's Braintree with his gun, threatening a little kid, little Walter.
Are you the kid he was talking about? You live in that apartment too, huh? Say, you look a lot like a little punk that I once caught sneaking around there. Do you know something about what's going on? Hey, you! Stop!
Yep, Braintree living up to his name, being a dick. Oh, pick it up. That little Walter is like all that's left of Walter's goodness, innocence. Braintree's waving a fucking revolver in his face. Nope. I like this camera angle when you're kind of running between the buildings here. Reminds me a lot of Silent Hill 1, the alleyway in the beginning. Actually, is this the one that I can beat up and take his golf club? I just want the golf club. It didn't have to be like this. Okay. I'm about to die. I'll give up on the golf club. So were the developers golfers? Lots of golf clubs, more so than any other weapon. I have no idea why the like full set of collectible golf club weapons being a thing in this game. I'm not sure why it's a thing. Started appreciating Silent Hill 4 more and more for its abstract design, especially the spiral staircases and the rooms with mannequins. This game definitely has a lot of really good, striking visuals. Like, it's definitely lacking in some areas. I don't like that the second half of the game is an escort mission just through areas you've already kind of been through. The combat's a little bit rough. Some of the controls are a little bit rough. Other things are like different, but not necessarily bad. The limited inventory space and returning to the room. It can be a little bit annoying at first, but when you kind of get that they're bringing you back to the room multiple times for a reason, things change, dialogue changes, you have the hauntings and events happening that kind of make going back to the room and checking on things like a part of the game in an interesting way. But yeah, this game has its flaws, but I still consider it very, very good. There's a memo here. The boss said that the number this time is the last 4 digits of this store's phone number. The phone number is written right there on the sign on the roof. Anybody can see it from South Ashfield Street. Is that really okay? So we already know this phone number. We called it earlier. But we'll go double check. Make a trip back to the room. Drop some inventory off and double check the phone number and give it a call. So we're still healing in the room for now. We're about to lose that benefit. Not too long from now, though. Rushmore, thank you so much for the 26 months. Very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That is a lot of love and support. Thank you, Rushmore. Our Southfield, 555-3750. That noise just now, what was that? Monkeys answered the phone. So 3750 is the code that we need. It's so hard to use anything other than the rusty axe once you get it. A little short, but powerful and easy to handle. This is like, honestly, pound for pound, one of the better melee weapons in the game. The rusty axe, it charges quickly, it does good damage. You get a lot of iframes on the charged up attack. Quite good. Actually gonna leave my pistol in here for now. Got 67 bullets for it. We'll use them later. Oh, Eileen's back. She's watching something scary. Must be gross. Just want to see if she does any of these other animations. She's got quite a few things she can cycle through here. Oh, there we go. Now we're doing the creepy stare directly at the hole. Yeah, that's such a good creepy animation. Her mouth like hanging open. Oh, she sees you. She sees you, chat. Wish the unused one where she's possessed in front of the people was in the game. Yeah, she's got some really good unused animations that I don't know why they were cut. But yeah, if you like look it up, there's some videos on YouTube where they restored some of those incomplete or unused animations. And there's some really weird ones. Some really weird ones. Oh, there goes Andrew's head. Do we have the note in here yet? Not yet. Okay, so code for this door. It's the phone number. We just checked from across the street. 3750. The stairway is collapsed. Doesn't look like I could get through. Damn, Richard. Richard is not having a good time. And this ghost is trying to make sure that we don't have a good time either. Da, na, 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 na. Oh, hi, Vinny. My cat, Vinny. My cat, Vinny, has come to bless the playthrough. Oh, we made it. What's this? It's door number 207 from my apartment building. So this is Richard Braintree's apartment. The Chaos Placard, which represents Richard's place in the 21 Sacraments. And he is about to be the next sacrifice, which means after this, there's only two people left to kill as part of the 21 Sacraments for Walter. Placard from Building World has an abstract picture and says chaos. Chaos. Voice actor, yeah. That performance. Richard Braintree. If it wasn't for the subtitles, it would be hard to even understand what he's saying. Take a look over, and Walter is in Braintree's apartment. He's pointing at room 303. Eileen's room. So there's only two sacrifices left necessary for the ritual that Walter's performing. And that's going to be Eileen and Henry. And he's pointing at Eileen's room now. Let's see if any dialogue is different. This is my bed. That's the same. Ah, this is new. Maybe that orphanage in the forest And the cylinder-shaped prison were both somewhere in this photo too. Oh no, wait, that might have been. There was even a rumor that a UFO came flying right by the lighthouse. UFO ending confirmed. Aliens are canon. Braintree answered something I was thinking about. Is Walter 11 out of 21? Yeah, we learned that from one of Joseph Schreiber's notes. I already mentioned it earlier in the playthrough, that Walter himself is the 11th out of the 21 sacraments. But then we get a note later from Joseph that spells that out as well. UFO. Hear that it's almost never sunny in Silent Hill. And people say that when the fog comes out, strange things happen. It'll be especially useful to save information at a time like this. There are scraps from magazine articles, but I can't remember what magazine I cut them out from. We're getting some new dialogue here. Actually, no, Nomadic. I have not seen the movie Lighthouse yet. I've heard it's good. Seems there's some kind of ancient native religion still active in Silent Hill.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got 121 on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case. But Sullivan's dead. They even got the body. Must be some crazy copycat. Yeah, but even so...
So there we get the perspective of what's going on from the detectives or the paramedics or whoever is talking over the radio there, where you know, they're trying to logically figure out what's going on with these murders and how it all seems to be Walter Sullivan, even though Walter killed himself as the 11th victim. But that was exactly what was meant to happen. That is part of the ritual. So that's where we see this. The second sign, and God said, offer the blood of the 10 sinners. That's the first 10 victims of Walter out of a total of 21. And the white oil, that's white chrism, which we see in Silent Hill 2, used for rebirth rituals as well. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. So after the first 10 victims, Walter is released from the bonds of the flesh and gains the power of heaven. He kills himself, he loses his physical body, but in exchange, he becomes a spirit or entity or whatever that has this power of heaven, which is essentially the power of Silent Hill. He's able to create these other worlds and bring people into them and kill them. They die and haunt his realms. The worlds that he's created, which is the ghosts that we see. So. But I mean, how does he take them in the first place? In Henry's case, he's trapped with nowhere else to go but through a hole that forces him into Walter's world. Braintree also mentions a weird hole as to how he got there, so we can assume that he probably got there in a similar way to Henry, not having any other option but to enter Walter's realm, like the world that he's made. But then we see Cynthia from our window walk down into the subway, and then we don't know really what happens to her. We go through the hole in our wall, wind up in the subway, and then Cynthia's already in Walter's, subway world. So we don't know if she encountered a hole and went through it, or what happened there. That's true. For Eileen, she doesn't see that hole, at least not the same one that Henry's trying to describe, so it seems to be different from character to character, kind of how they experience it and what Walter's doing to even bring them into his world. The waking up in the apartment is never really explained. Again, we see Richard Braintree sleeping in his apartment while his spirit or whatever is walking around in Walter's building world. So we can assume that your physical body stays here in like the real world. And some other part of you, your soul, your spirit, your subconscious, your dream self, astral project, whatever you want to call it, because the game is not specific enough to explain those kinds of things. That's part of the mystery. Can't explain everything. But, yeah, whatever part of these people goes into Walter's world, your physical body stays here. So, like, right now, while Henry is walking around, this may already be part of Walter's world, essentially. And Henry, his physical body is asleep until we actually leave Walter's world and wake up here again. We don't know exactly at what point, like, Henry's falling asleep or how that works. They don't really go out of their way to explain those kind of details. And that's, Silent Hill in a nutshell. Not everything needs to be explained so outright and so overt. You need a little bit of mystery, stuff to think about and consider. Ah, here we go. We finally get this. There's something in the toilet. Should I grab it? I'm not brave enough to do it. You're no James. You are no James. James would have reached in there and not rolled up his sleeves. Might as well forget about getting water out of here. This hole, it doesn't look like a human made it. It's getting bigger and rounder. I think I've seen this pattern before. Now it's even got some of the runes that are around the Halo of the Sun symbol as part of the whole. Also, let me finish looking around here. Do we have this note yet? Not yet.
It looks like my apartment. But what the hell is this?
So now it is Apartment World. Walter's recreation of the South Ashfield Heights apartments themselves. Wow, look at all these porno magazines. Piles of them. It's a red piece of paper with nothing written on it. So now we can take the red paper and start slipping it under the door to room 302. And then when we go through a hole and go back to our room, we can retrieve that paper and actually read it. Like right now, we can't read what's on that note. We can put it under the door, come back here, go back to the room, grab it from under the door, and we'll be able to read it. There's a diary here. The last few months, Joseph, the guy next door to me who gave me that rare porn magazine, looks like he's been working super hard. So Joseph, the journalist, Joseph Schreiber, who lived in 302 before Henry, he's been helping this guy get super rare porn mags. He said if he found another rare one, he'd give it to me, but he hasn't shown his face around much lately. He said he was a journalist and he's always investigating stuff, but I think something strange is going on with him. He's been shut in his apartment, and I can hear all these weird noises coming from there. July 1st. Mike. Oh, my beautiful Rachel. What's with the note on the red paper? I thought you'd written a note back to me, but I guess maybe it was somewhere else. He took it along with my clothes. Those were my best clothes. July 2nd. Mike. We'll find out more what's going on with the tenants in the apartment as we explore and read more notes. I need to take a really short break here and stretch. So I will be back in just a moment and we'll finish exploring Apartment World and learning more about the tenants in South Ashfield Heights. All right. We are back. We are in apartment world. We're in Mike's apartment. The man who collects porno magazines. And we kind of learn a little bit about all of the tenants, or at least many of them, living here in South Ashfield Heights. Porno magazines everywhere. There's no time for that right now. There's a magazine lying open. Oh, well, I guess I'll look at this porno magazine. Look at this. We have this article about teaching despair wish house. But then directly underneath it, you see Excite. And that is definitely a butt at the bottom left of the book. Monka TOS. Is he the one with a girlfriend called Rachel? No. Mike is the stalker. The painter is Rachel's boyfriend, and we'll figure that out in a moment with one of the most annoying ways to do environmental storytelling. But for now, teaching despair, Wish House. Wish House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill. But behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. This is the article that Joseph published that you can read in Silent Hill 3. You find this in Brookhaven. And that's where they refer to it as Hope House instead of Wish House. Wish House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mr. Smith, temp, who lives near Wish House, had this to say. Sometimes at night I can hear their weird prayers and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Wish House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower which appears to be part of their facilities. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Wish House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Wish House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. So this article was published years ago, where Joseph was looking into the orphanage and Silent Hill and found out about the cult, found out about Walter, knew about the water prison, all of this, and published it. So Joseph's article was public. The general public at that point knew about Silent Hill. They knew about the cult. Everything that he talks about there would have been general knowledge, which is why you wind up with people like Jasper Gain and his friends who are just like fans of the occult. So when the Silent Hill article was published, they wanted to go see cool, weird shit in Silent Hill and find out more about this cult, and then got too close to it and got more than they bargained for and ran directly into Walter and wound up becoming sacrifices as part of his ritual. When you read this article in the Japanese version, in the text, it still refers to the orphanage as Hope House. Interesting. So that may have just been a localization change that Jeremy or somebody wanted. But that is strange. That is strange that they would change it, because it's Hope House in Silent Hill 3, and then it's Hope House in Japanese script. So I don't know. I don't know why the change to Wish House. It's a photo of a nurse. It says, "I love you" on it. There's a key taped to the back of it. Locker key number 106. There you kind of get a shot of Rachel there, the nurse. This guy is at the super. He was much younger in this picture. There's a key taped to the back of it. And you can see it's like, it's Frank, and Frank's face is all scratched out. But then there's also somebody there with Frank that's not. Maybe James's mother? It's never mentioned. Take the superintendent's key. South Ashfield Heights' superintendent's key. It says 105 on it. Photo of the super when he was much, much younger. All right. And now that we have the keys, we've got ghosts pestering us. Just leave me alone. There's little Walter knocking on room 302's door. And he's just calling out to his mom. Because to Walter, he believes the room itself is his mother. It's interesting that you have these dogs that are already dead throughout this hallway. It's locked. There's a scrap of red paper stuck under the door. This is the same way they show up under my door. I mean, this is your door. Sort of. So we can put the red paper there, and we'll go back to the room and grab those and be able to read them in a moment. It's locked. What was the guy doing here? Could he be the next victim? Or could it be... Yeah, you think that guy is Walter's next victim? I think you should hopefully spot the difference by now, Henry. But I don't know, it's a pretty complicated plot, and Henry is starved and sleep deprived. Well, here he is. You can just ask him yourself, Henry. Let's see what's going on. See what he has to say.
I got this from Miss Galvin. A long, long time ago. She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here. I'll give it to you.
Will you take the shabby doll? So this item is 100% a bait item. The shabby doll, by taking it and keeping it in your inventory box, you'll trigger a recurring haunting in your apartment once the hauntings start occurring, which is one of the neatest parts of this game. I love all the different hauntings that happen throughout the apartment. And the shabby doll haunting is a pretty good one. So we're going to take it, just so we can look at that. Because it's guaranteed to happen if you take the doll. Old doll given by the man sitting on the apartment's stairway. What if you don't put it in the inventory box? I think you'll still eventually get the haunting if you still return to your room with it in your inventory. We could test that. We can try and just keep it in our inventory and not put it in the inventory box and see if that prevents it from happening. We can go ahead and test it. So let's see. Locker 106 and 105. So we need to go all the way down first. More dead dogs. We can go back to our room here, which we'll do in a moment. These are the tenants' lockers. There are numbers 101 through 304. So, using locker key number 106, Rachel's locker. Whoops. I love you, Rachel. Signed, Mike. It's filled with love letters from Mike to Rachel. And I mean, it is absolutely filled. Like, it is packed in there. So Mike is the creepy, obsessive stalker guy who's obsessed with Rachel. And Frank Sunderland, the superintendent, confuses that to mean that Mike and Rachel are a couple. Whereas Rachel is actually with another tenant in the building, a painter. As said, there's like all this other weird subplot stuff going on with the other people in the building that's mostly unrelated to what's going on with Walter, but it's still kind of interesting, I guess, nonetheless. Alright, so we're in Frank Sunderland's room. There are keys for each apartment here. Keys to each apartment in the building. Actually, it looks like 303, Eileen's room, is missing. Piece of red paper. One that we can slip under the door and then pick up again. Torn red paper. Do the same with that. It's a hastily scribbled memo found by Nurse Rachel. Return it to room 302 together with the part her boyfriend, Mike, ? Tore off. So that was Frank writing down about this paper that was torn and this note supposed to be returned. But he mistakenly thinks that Mike is Rachel's boyfriend. Because Frank doesn't know any better. He's just the super. But he also has a red box over here. Man, this thing really stinks. It's practically bringing tears to my eyes. That's Walter Sullivan's umbilical cord. Frank Sunderland kept it. It's weird, but it's also one of the only things that allows you to actually defeat Walter. So it's ultimately good that he saved this, but it's weird as fuck that he did. Like, this is just a strange baby's umbilical cord in a box that Frank has kept for like 30 plus years. Nothing to say about any of that. It's a diary. The red box seems even stranger today. It's giving off a terrible smell. It's disgusting, but I just can't throw it away. It must have been around 30 years ago. That young couple was living in the apartment, but one day they just suddenly disappeared. Ran off just like thieves in the night. I don't know why. It must have been money troubles, or maybe they got themselves into some kind of danger. The problem came after that. They left their newborn baby when they took off. I even found the umbilical cord. I called the ambulance right away, and I heard the baby survived, but I don't know what happened to him. Although a few years later, I often saw a young kid hanging around the apartment. One day he just stopped coming by, but now that I think of it, I'll bet he was that abandoned baby. It's a horrible story, abandoning a newborn baby. That all happened in room 302, and the umbilical cord I found there, well, I still can't get myself to throw it away. There you go. There's his diary entry about it. So, thanks for saving it, Frank, but also, what the fuck, Frank? Do you have James's umbilical cord somewhere? Your own son? Did you keep his? Well, now we can get into all of the apartments. But also, inventory is pretty much full. So let's go back to the room. Well, let's go all the way back up. Put these red pieces of paper up under the door. Go back to the room. Grab these pieces of paper. Read them. Oh, and Walter is now gone from the stairs. Okay, nothing new there. Back to the room. Frank tossed James's umbilical cord out after finding out what he did to Mary. Throwing out the umbilical cord. And I mean, in context, we don't even know if Frank knows what James did to Mary. As far as we know, the only information we get in the game is it mentions James and Mary going to Silent Hill and then disappearing. Outside of that, we don't know. That could have been, I mean, because when he goes to Silent Hill, when James goes to Silent Hill, the first time, it's just on vacation with Mary. And if that's the time that they reference in this, and then disappearing, it could be just James was on bad terms with his dad, Frank. So he went with Mary, and they went and had their own lives, and he just didn't contact Frank anymore at that point. We don't know. We don't really know. It's not quite specific enough. Are ghosts real? Haven't you ever seen Ghost Adventures with Zach Bagans? He got haunted so hard he has to wear glasses. Of course ghosts are real. What the hell is this? The dryer sprayed blood all over the place. I only just got my dryer working in my new house yesterday, or earlier today. I guess yesterday at this point. And luckily, it did not shoot blood out. And now Frank is there, outside the door. But we've got a bunch of red paper slipped under the door to read. I picked up the key that Eileen from room 303 must have dropped. I thought I'd return it, but she wasn't home. I guess I'll give it to the super. May 20th. Okay. It was 4 years ago that they discovered the body with 12 out of 21 carved into it. Right away, I had this terrible feeling and couldn't stop shaking. The victim had been murdered 6 months earlier, but Walter had been dead for 7 years, having committed suicide 3 years before the murder. So this is 4 years ago. So 4 years after Walter killed himself is when he started working on the second half of the ritual. It was 4 years ago that they discovered the body with 1221 carved into it. So if Walter, he kills the first 10 victims, he kills himself as victim number 11. 12 would have been 4 years after he kills himself. He goes and kills the next victim. The victim had been murdered 6 months earlier, but Walter had been dead for 7 years, having committed suicide 3 years before the murder. Police think it's a copycat crime and are calling it the Sullivan case round 2, but something about it bothered me. May 14th. So again, we get that from that radio call earlier, that they're thinking it's some kind of weird copycat, trying to murder people in the same way that Walter Sullivan had several years ago. But we know that it's Walter himself, even after death, still killing people, still trying to finish the 21 sacraments. I lost the key to Eileen Galvin's room. I've got to find it and bring it back. Let me think. The last place I saw it was... It's ripped here and I can't read the rest. Where is it? This note, by the way, is bullshit. Because I know what the rest of the note says. I've played this game many times. And I know what the rest of that note says. I know where that key was dropped. But until you actually read that part of the note, the key does not spawn. There's red paper stuck in here. I figured out the riddle behind the numbers. 01121 is actually 01 out of 21. So somebody mentioned this earlier in chat. This is the note that explains the number. Whenever they were looking at the way that it was carved into the bodies, they assumed that it was just a sequence of numbers and that the backslash between the 01 and 21 was also a number 1. But this was Joseph figuring out that that was not the case. So Walter was planning on killing 21 people, but he never finished the job. He was convicted for the murders of Billy and Miriam Locane, the 7th and 8th victims. Those are the 2 children that become the twin victims. Afterwards, he committed suicide in his jail cell. We read the note about that in Silent Hill 2, where he stabs himself in the neck with a soup spoon. The grisly mass murder of 10 people shocked the world and came to be known as the Walter Sullivan case. There are 2 big puzzles here. The first is, what was the motive for the murders? The second is, why did he kill himself before completing his task? Was he simply insane? May 2nd. So this is Joseph trying to piece together, like, what has happened, but it's, he's thinking about it logically, like anybody would. You wouldn't imagine that Walter would be performing a ritual where he can kill himself in order to come back as a ghost with powers in order to perform cult rituals. Alright, so we're not going to put the doll in the inventory chest, but I'm going to just put these in here for now, because there's a lot of stuff to collect in the apartments, and we're going to go through all of it. bow. Hey, Cerulean. Welcome. Again, if Frank didn't keep that umbilical cord, the end of the story would have been a tragedy, or maybe it was. I mean, it still could be a tragedy. We don't know what ending we're going to get. I have no idea how much I'm going to give a shit about taking care of Eileen. Time to go through people's apartments. Look, reused assets. We've got the Dalmatian statues. These were in Silent Hill 3. No comment, though. Henry won't say anything about them. No, take it. I'm going to be collecting a lot of stuff as we search through here. But it's always interesting to go through and kind of piece together all this other weird stuff going on with the other people that live in the building. Big empty room. This feels like this camera angle and the room and everything. This feels like a Resident Evil room where you would go in and the roof would start lowering down, turn you into a Jill sandwich. It's a barbell. Lots of old game machines and other devices that I have no idea about. Henry's not a gamer, but the tenant who lives here is. Man, look at that. Looks kind of Commodore 64-ish. And then the little cassette style cartridge games there. The one underneath the TV on top looks a little bit like TurboGrafx 16. Kind of has that weird like cross shape to it. It's not exactly, but you can kind of tell what consoles they sort of based some of these designs on. The blue and white one down there is kind of Famicom-esque. They're all books about computers and electronics. The dude plays retro games and lifts weights? Based. Yeah, seriously. Look, CRT TV, retro game consoles, barbells. This is Big John's apartment. It's a cassette tape. The label says Skinned Mike. You could listen to it on the stereo in my room. Skinned Mike cassette. There are a lot of old video game machines lying around. See, I hate how some of these items look like this thing at the edge of the desk looks like you should be able to pick it up, but apparently you can't. Speaking of Silent Hill 3, if you look at silver necklaces on this game, it has Heather and Mother Alessa on there. Yes, we have not picked one up yet, but whenever we pick up the Saint Medallion, we'll try to look at the icon. It's kind of hard to tell in normal gameplay. You kind of have to like rip the asset and look at it up close, but yeah, it has Heather and Alessa depicted on the Saint Medallions. Really cool little detail. Nothing else in this one. Oh, look at all these dogs. Just waiting for me. Looks like a kid's graffiti. The writing is so jammed together it makes me feel sick. There are lots of kids' toys lying around. It's a baby bed. Oh, come on. Need another Silent Hill game? Konami, please be cool. Konami's not the same. Be careful what you wish for. It could be another Book of Memories. Could you fucking imagine, dude? After all this time? After all this time, could you imagine if the next game was Book of Memories 2? I dare them. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Reaver. Hey, Walter. Just looking out the window. Keeping an eye on Eileen's room. Damn. I can see Eileen Galvin from here. I'm pretty sure that's room 303. What's she doing in this world? See, maybe at this point, Eileen is in Walter's world now. So maybe she did go through a hole in her room? Somehow she's in Walter's world already. We were talking about that earlier, and it's like the way Braintree makes it sound and the way we experience it through Henry, it's like you have to kind of willfully go, even though you're sort of forced to do it. You don't have anywhere else to go, but you still have to kind of go through a hole in a wall yourself. But I don't know if that's the case for Eileen. She's just here. This is the gun Richard was using. Take Dick's revolver. Holds a maximum of 6 bullets, easy to use, with moderate stopping power. It's pretty moderate. Better than the pistol. There's men's bloody underwear and a torn shirt sleeve in the garbage. So this is part of this subplot of lore that's going on with Mike the Stalker getting the shit beaten out of him by Richard Braintree, and this bloody clothing and stuff in the trash can is going to be sort of part of that subplot going on. Another golf club for the collection. The putter. Radio. Can't interact with it. So much of this stuff in the environment, I wish Henry would say something, you know? That's another thing that I really love about Silent Hill 3. Stop. Just the level of dialogue when examining things in the environment. Heather has so much to say about like almost everything in the environment. I really love that about Silent Hill 3. Damn ghosts. Patrolling the hallways. There are plenty of cooking tools, but there's nothing I need right now. Nothing else in here. Nothing else in here. Pardon me. Look at all these empty bottles. Phew, that old alcohol smell. So this is the alcoholics room. It's a can of bug spray. Aerosol insecticide, effective against certain enemies. Bug spray only run. It's a blood-stained shirt. There's a torn red paper in the pocket. Take it. So we can go. All right. Remember the weapon from Silent Hill 2? Yeah, the hyper spray, which is a lot stronger than the bug spray, sometimes. You can also get it where it's very weak, so. There's nothing painted yet. So this is the artist's home. This is the painter's apartment. So this is the person who is actually with Rachel. You can see a portrait of Rachel the nurse here. It's a painting of a nurse. On the memo it says 106, my beautiful darling. Lately she's been bothered by a stalker. So Mike is the stalker who's obsessed with her, that Frank mistakenly thinks is her boyfriend, when her boyfriend is actually this person, the painter. I don't think we ever get a name for him. The painting of a man holding a brush. The memo says 202, self-portrait. It's a painting of 2 adults and a lot of children. The memo says 206. How can they even sleep with so many noisy kids? Besides that, they have to live next to Braintree. So through the artist's pictures and paintings of all the people who live in the apartment, we kind of learn a little bit about everyone here in the building. It's a painting of a young man. The memo says 107. He listens to great music, but I feel sorry for him having to live under Braintree. It's a painting of a plump woman. The memo says 204. She's always eating something, but I wish my girlfriend liked to cook like her. The painting of an old couple. The memo says 304. A nice, sweet old couple. Look at that nice, sweet old couple. Look at the... God, the face is fucking scary on her. It's a painting of a woman holding a cat. The memo says 102. She loves cats too much and missed her chance to get married. I kind of felt sorry for her while she was mourning for one of her dead cats. That's going to come up later when we start seeing apartment hauntings. It's a painting of a man drinking alcohol. The memo says 203. He's so noisy. I wish he would stop all that drinking and fighting. This must be Richard Braintree. The memo says 207. Braintree, that prick. He's always yelling at the kids, especially that weird one that hangs around. But he took Mike into his apartment and peeled his skin off, so he's my hero. So that's a bit of an exaggeration, we find out. That's just some very flowery wording there about peeling Mike's skin off. He didn't literally peel Mike's skin off. He beat the shit out of Mike and took his clothes. It's a painting of a man with a gun. The memo says 101. A gun maniac. He's always coughing from his cat allergy. It's a painting of a man holding a porno magazine. We already found his apartment. The memo says 301. That perverted stalker. He got what he deserved. So that would be Mike. From the photo of Mike, or the painting of Mike that we kind of can sort of see here, he looks a little bit like Patrick Napier from Downpour. Or Eddie. This must be the superintendent. The memo says 105. Sunderland, the superintendent. The super mistakenly thought that Mike was Rachel's lover. So there's that spelled out. It must be the guy who plays video games. The memo says 205. He's always shut in his room. Looks like he has lots of weird interests. I heard he tape recorded Mike getting beaten up by Richard. But we found that cassette, and we can go back to our room and play it in a moment. Also, look how buff the gamer is. Again, they just had barbells and classic game systems. I know, Pablo. Look at that Chad. It looks like Little Mac from Punch-Out. The Giga Chad. An actual painting of Bakba soup. Can't believe it. So, now we kind of know a little bit about all of the people in the apartment, and it makes what you find in their apartments make a little bit more sense. So now we know a little bit more about what's going on with the painter and Rachel and Mike the stalker and getting the shit beaten out of him by Braintree. She hates it. Oh, stop. Oh, stop. It hurts. It hurts. Bug spray. Bug spray. Oh, she hates it. That fucking scream. Oh, shit. I have to go. I have to be going. That's actually kind of creepy. Yeah, that scream. And you spray her with the bug spray. I think that's the only time she'll make that noise. Good to know bug spray is also effective ghost spray. I mean, it at least stuns them. Oh shit, I might be dead. Did I already go? I already went this way too. Yep. That game over screen. It doesn't really look like much. It's just like your ceiling fan. Game over is you're in your bed. Everything's fine. Where does this continue me from? Okay, this is after I came back from the room, and now I'm just going through all the apartments. Okay, that's fine. We can do this again. Stop milking it, Henry. Oh, he gives the most emotion ever in his entire performance throughout the game. Whenever he dies and starts screaming. This is Giga Chad's room. We need to get the cassette tape. Still need to listen to that. This was just dogs? Yes. I don't think there was anything worth it. Wrong way. Camera always fucks me up. Close. Oh yeah, this with Walter. Just give me the gun. Bye, Walter. Is there anything else here? Yes, the putter. Alright. That's it for this side. Annoying fucking dogs. They can just speed up infinitely to catch you. They're almost like Dark Souls 3 dogs, where they would just sort of teleport onto you. Gotta grab the bug spray. 100%. Oh, there's a scrap back here. All Souls dogs, because they all have the same AI, but they're particularly like teleporty in 3. Like, they're especially bad. No actual items in the painter's room, just lore. this room. Okay, nothing in there is worth it at all. Still got a floor to do, but we can go ahead and pop this note under the door. We'll go back to the room, listen to the cassettes, read this note, store some inventory, and then come back and do floor 1. Plus, we still get our free heal. We're about to lose it. We're almost at the point where we lose our free heal. But here is Skinned Mike.
How do you like that, you sick little freak? You had it coming to you. These clothes are disgusting. Get him out of my sight.
I know. It'll be perfect to wrap his body in.
Hold it.
You!
Hold it. I think
You
I'll keep
snooping
that
around
for
again?
myself.
Get your ass out of here before you really piss me off.
Hold it. Hold it. I think I'll keep that one for myself. Hold it. I think I'll keep that one for myself.
So you get little snippets of, now that we know who all of our tenants are in the building. So we have Richard Braintree, who's obviously beating the shit out of Mike, the guy stalking Rachel and collecting porn mags. And we know from all the context and everything that we found that he beat the shit out of him and took his clothes. But while all this happened, there were other tenants there. One tenant says, I can use that to wrap his body in. So that's the woman who has the cats. The artist mentions one of her cats dying. And she says, oh, I can use this man's bloody clothing after he got the shit beaten out of him to wrap up my dead cat. Sure. So we're going to find that in one of the rooms, and it also will affect a haunting that we'll potentially get later. We hear the alcoholic who's involved, who's like taking something and saying, hold it, I think I'll keep that for myself. So we're hearing like all these little bits and pieces of this fight and the other tenants who are standing around watching it, and there's this little subplot about the cat dying because it was mentioned on one of the portraits. There was a guy who was a gun nut. He was like the gun collector or whatever, and said that he has a terrible cat allergy. So it's one of those situations where the crazy guy with the gun went and killed the lady's cat because of his allergies. So we're going to find evidence to support that, kind of going through all of their rooms and stuff. It's so weird because none of this really winds up affecting the main plot or being involved with like anything else really going on. It's just all this other weird subplot drama going on in this apartment building outside of room 302 and what's going on with Walter. There's a torn red paper stuck in here. It's so bloody, it's hard to read. Rachel, love you always watching window protect you with love, Mike. Don't think so. Don't think so. I don't think that's accurate, Mike. Okay, first floor. Eileen is still doing just fine. Haven't seen Walter in a while, though. Here's another weird reused asset. This little bit of fence here with all these pipes slapped together is Silent Hill 2. There's a fence in the apartments, in the Blue Creek apartments, that separates part of the hallway when you very first see Pyramid Head. And he's just standing there glowing red on the other side of a fence. It's this exact fence. It's this asset. Just sort of stuck here in a corner. Also, how about that Henry Idle animation where he picks something out of his shoe? Or stretches his foot, or whatever he was doing there. It says, "My darling's number." And there are some numbers that look like a phone number. Will you press these numbers? So, this is Rachel's room. There's a nurse's uniform. And look at that nurse's uniform. It's the exact same texture and everything. It's like the bubblehead nurse uniforms from Silent Hill 2. The name on it says Rachel. So, if you actually dial my darling's number, so this is the phone number that Rachel has in her room listed as my darling, a phone will start ringing somewhere in the building. And that lets you figure out who it is when she's referring to my darling. So that phone that starts ringing is in the artist's apartment. Just to save an annoying phone ringing thing that, you know, I can just as easily explain. Because it's really annoying just having the phone ring while you run around and clear out room after room. Lots of records and music magazines on the shelves. Turntable. It's a big speaker. This is the music lover, the audiophile. And I think the artist said he has good taste in music, but has to live under Braintree, so I guess this is directly under Braintree's apartment. Yeah, he would be in 207. Out of curiosity, is it ever established what Henry does for a living? He's a photographer. Presumably that's his profession. It may just be his hobby. It's one of the only things we learn about him that is a thing that he does. So I make the assumption that it's what he does for a living, but... Yeah, bug spray, baby. Perfect for this room. Value. Absolute value. Even though there's nothing in this room. The cordless fluorescent is giving off an eerie glow. Again, nothing in this apartment. Okay, this one is what we needed. The furniture seems to be covered with some kind of animal hair. So this is the cat lady's apartment. Look, they hate it. It makes them zoom. I don't think it can actually kill them. It just makes them zoom around. You can step on them though. Weird looking cats. It smells terrible. Open it up. I mean, what else will you do with a terrible smelling fridge? I mean, you gotta find out, right? It's wrapped up in these torn, bloody jeans. So that's what we heard on the Skin Mike cassette. We hear a woman's voice saying, you know, oh, this will be fine to wrap up his body. So, the body of a dead cat, wrapped up in some bloody pants. There's a torn red paper in one of the pockets. That's the important half of the note that we need to spawn the key to Eileen's room. So, now we can progress. And I think that's about it. We've got one more room up here, I think. And I don't even remember if there's anything worthwhile in it. Mike's jeans. Well, there's ammo. It was worth... Oh, right, the gun nuts room. Where you see all the guns that you do not get to use in this game. And a bunch of models of weapons from other Silent Hill games. Chainsaw from Silent Hill 2, flamethrower from Silent Hill 3, shotgun from 2, the rifle from 2, submachine gun from 3, silenced pistol from 3. It's a model gun, totally useless as a weapon. Look at all these guns. They're just models. You got your bug spray. What would you want with like a shotgun or a flamethrower? Get out of here. You're not allowed to have fun weapons. Enjoy your box cutter that you pick up later. It's a paper target from a shooting range. Bug spray can be turned into a flamethrower. What do you think this is? Metal Gear? Nothing but books about guns, but one of these magazines has something written on the back cover. My eyes and skin are so itchy. That stupid cat next door made my allergy go crazy. I was so pissed off I took my converted model gun and blasted away at the thing. At point blank range, it was way cool. The thing just dropped like a stone. By the way, that revolver that Richard in 207 carries, it's the real thing. That guy's dangerous. So this crazy motherfucker killed that lady's cat because of his pet allergies. And he is saying that Braintree's the dangerous one. Like, as crazy as this guy is, Braintree is up there. See, we get this little area, all these little items, a unique camera angle, can't pick up any of it. Okay, that's everything. I'm sure Frank would have gladly let the gun nut move to another apartment. Or he could take some fucking allergy medicine. You okay in there? You having a good time or a bad time? If you're having a bad time, the safe word is pina colada. Is it a bad time? Don't you just love Henry's fucking... Look at the backdash. Look at this fucking wave dashing mechanic. Alright. I'm sure Eileen is fine. We're about to go and get the key, so we can go check on her. Harry got nothing on Henry's backdashing skills? True. I think Henry actually beats out Harry with backdashes. Nothing bad would ever happen to Eileen. Let's just take a peek in here, you know? I don't see her, so she's probably fine. Probably fine. I think I'm done with these. Yeah. Oh yeah, I had a really wicked headache. Really wicked headache that day and just collapsed on the bed. Maybe if I look near the bed in my room, 302's bedroom, I'll find it. Who writes that way, Joseph? When you're writing like a personal note, you know what bed you're talking about. You don't have to specify to yourself room 302's bedroom. I'll find it. I get headaches every day now. It's terrible. What am I going to do? May 22nd. And there it is. Once you read that part of the note, it spawns this key in. There's something on the ground. Key with a girl's doll keychain attached. 303 is engraved on it. Look. Double doll action. One tiny keychain doll and one shabby doll. Let's take a quick look out here. We don't quite have Robbie Balloon yet. This game has some cool ideas, like the fact that most areas look kind of normal, but with weird shapes, making it feel like a dream. Yeah, just visually, just from the pure visuals, this game does a lot of really interesting stuff. All right, Eileen, I'm back. How's your party? Yeah.
Thanks. Did you find your mommy? This place? It's dangerous. You need to hurry. Get out of here. At least Henry is no longer questioning the sound of the sirens. Eileen. So she's been picked up by the ambulance. Did that kid beat her ass and carve her up? No. That kid, well, technically yes. That kid as an adult beat her ass and carved her up. Then that kid that represents the last little bit of sort of innocence of Walter manifests himself, and he essentially stops himself from completely killing Eileen. Gives her a little bit of a chance. The red diary said, "Under my bed." We've already picked up the key. It's weird that the dialogue for that is still there. I didn't think anything of it when I took the picture, but now it gives me a seriously creepy feeling. See if we get anything new. Maybe it's just my nerves playing tricks on me, but this photo gives me a weird feeling. Everything makes us feel weird now. Maybe it's my imagination, but I get that weird feeling looking at this photo too. All the Silent Hill photos are making us feel weird. Scraps from magazine articles, don't remember cutting them out. It's my scrapbook. Everything in here is also in another copy I carry all the time, so I don't have to worry. So he makes 2 copies of all of his information. All those maps that he draws, he's actually making 2 copies. He makes a copy for his apartment scrapbook, and then also the scrapbook that he keeps with him. Henry is a little bit boring. It's a little bit bland, but my man does some work. I like how you can see the 20th handprint there. What's supposed to be Eileen's handprint is very faintly there. She's not completely dead. There is still hope to save Eileen. We'll see how that actually goes for this playthrough. I'm not going for any real particular ending, but we'll see. There's a scrap of red paper stuck in here. I don't think I can protect myself. He's truly insane. I can't hold on any longer. His power can't be measured. I was so scared today that I sealed off the back of the storage room. I wonder if Eileen Galvin is okay. She has no idea what's going on, but she's in danger nevertheless. July 13th. So Joseph mentions sealing off the back storage room, which is where we're going to find Walter's body, ultimately. This wall right here is where that storage room is. There's some kind of strange paper stuck in here. The Succubus Talisman. Card with some kind of frightening demon on it. And now...
So they took the victim to St. Jerome's, huh?
Yeah, she's not gonna make it. She had numbers in her back, too. Walter Sullivan copycat. Round 3, huh?
Well, they never got the scumbag behind round 2 a few years back. Maybe it's the same guy.
What if 1, 2, and 3? What if they're all the same guy?
What the hell are you talking about? You know Sullivan killed himself. The weird thing is, there were no clues. Crime scenes were always spotless. No fingerprints, no fibers, nothing. Just the numbers, 20121. I've been a cop for a long time, but I never seen a case like this one. It's almost like they were killed by a ghost or something.
A ghost. And Robbie is now pointing directly at the peephole. And I also feel like maybe this is just me. But doesn't it feel like it's also moving, like very, very slightly? It's almost a bit of an optical illusion because of the pattern on the wallpaper and the blanket. The stuff that's kind of around Robbie. where it's like you're not sure if he's actually moving or not. And yeah, some very natural dialogue there from, I guess the paramedics who came by and got Eileen, or I guess the detectives inspecting the scene afterwards. Well, it's finally time to use the placards. Because if we go and check the bathroom, at this point, the hole's completely sealed. The hole is blocked. Can't get any water from here, but I think the kitchen faucet still works. That's a bit of a clue for something we're going to have to do a little bit later. We have to wash a coin. Still mentions the water prison there. Autokinetic effect is a phenomenon of visual perception in which a stationary small point of light in an otherwise dark or featureless environment appears to move. How can movement be real if our eyes aren't real? Well said, Jenkal. It's some kind of stain. Come to think of it, it also looks like an evil demon. Do you see it? Can you see the evil demon? What the hell? After he did the ritual of the Holy Assumption, other worlds began to force their way into his universe, and it began to swell horribly. So this is more explanation of what's going on with Walter creating these worlds. Other worlds began to force their way into his universe, and it began to swell horribly. But his universe is different than ours. It has limits, and in the limits of that universe, he rules as a king. And in the deepest part of his kingdom is his mother. So after he did the ritual of the Holy Assumption, after he finished the first half of the ritual, the 21 Sacraments ritual, other worlds began to force their way into his universe, and it began to swell horribly. So the worlds that he's created are becoming distorted sort of because of these other worlds. But his universe is different than ours. It has limits. In the limits of that universe, he rules as a king. So he's still, ultimately, he's limited, but within those limits, he can control a lot of aspects of the worlds he creates. And in the deepest part of his kingdom is his mother. Because obviously, that's his motivation. That's his drive for everything. He truly believes that this apartment, room 302, is his mother, and he just wants to be reunited with her, and was led to believe ever since he was a child that by doing this ritual, he could be with her again. Temptation is inscribed. So all of the placards that we've gotten from Walter's other sacrifices, temptation being Cynthia, Source being Jasper, watchfulness being Andrew, and chaos being Richard Braintree. And that opens up a new hole. Another world to go to. The hole. Where will it lead to this time? Eileen, I wonder if she's okay. We're gonna find out. A whole new world. A new fantastic point of view. Oh, here's a little cameo from Claudia from Silent Hill 3. They use her model for the corpse that Walter's messing with. There she is. It's just for a couple little snippets there, but it's Claudia from Silent Hill 3. I like how Henry just gets the fuck out of there. He just runs. He was long-haired there, not short as in 3. Claudia has long hair in 3. You know, I'm talking about Claudia Wolf. Not the main character, not Heather. There's a strange human-shaped object. Yeah, I think it's a cut-up human. One hit and she's down. Yeah, and we've gotten to the burpers. We're officially at the burpers. The axe is very strong. It's a bloody operating table. That guy, what in God's name was he doing there? Good question. He was like... At one point he lifts his head up when it shows the silhouette against the curtain. He's like tilting his head up and thrusting his hips. And then he's like wrist deep in her guts. Ugh. Ugh. What is wrong with you, Walter? I mean, we know what's wrong with you, but still, fuck. Come on. What am I doing? I have the perfect weapon for this. Are you not dead? There are all sorts of medical things, but I wouldn't know what to do with any of them. I believe that. I honestly believe that, Henry. It's a paper cutting knife. Originally made for cutting paper. It's hard to use as a weapon. Oh, it's so good. Look at that. It's so fast, and look at the meter at the top. See that charge attack? When that charges all the way up, which is like almost instant. That whole arm thrust right there, you have iframes. So you're completely invulnerable during that attack. And then this right here. Just stun lock them, get your iframes. Weapon is OP. There are a lot of photos pinned up on the board. Could these be Eileen's pictures? I think some of them are supposed to be. This one in the top left looks like a gum head. Pretty sure it's a gum head. That's a monkey. That's not Eileen. There are lots of forms with the name St. Jerome's Hospital on them. St. Jerome's Hospital. That's not too far from my apartment. So this is the hospital, most likely, where they would have taken Eileen after Walter's attack. And it also so happens to be the hospital where Walter was brought to after, you know, Frank told the authorities about the baby. This abandoned Walter. It's a bunch of medical equipment and stuff. The nurse's memo. I lost Eileen Galvin's hospital room key. There was a patient brought in with severe injuries. I wonder if I left it in one of the other hospital rooms. I really hope not. Way to go. Way to fucking go. Thanks to you leaving that key. And this sort of note, that what it's referencing, you've got to find the key to get into Eileen's room, is the bane of speedrunners' existence for this game. Because it's complete RNG. There's just a long hallway with 22 doors. There's 11 on one side and 11 on the other. One room out of those, all of those rooms, has a key, and it's random which room it is every time. And one of them has Eileen, and you have to find the key and Eileen. So if you're speedrunning, like, you just have to hope you find them both early. One room to rule them all. What's this note? Eileen Galvin. Eileen Galvin. Eileen Galvin. Eileen Galvin. Eileen Galvin. Eileen. It's just a note that says Eileen Galvin's name over and over and over. Walter might be just a bit obsessed about Eileen Galvin, who was nice to him when she was a little girl and gave him her precious shabby doll. Does the seed start when you start the game like in Silent Hill 2? No. So there is currently no known method to manipulate the RNG the way that there is for like Silent Hill 2. That doesn't work for this game. This game, it actually generates the randomized elements like when you're getting to that area rather than at the start of the game. And there's not really a way to manipulate things because of the way that the game randomizes stuff. The light is broken and lying on top of the operating table. It's a bed with wheels. They must move patients with this. I wonder if Eileen is in this room. Well, not right now, as you can clearly see. If something is found, world record's going to change a bunch of times. Oh, absolutely. That would be huge if somebody found a consistent way to manipulate Silent Hill 4's RNG. We can go back to our room here. Let's do that. We'll put a few things away, save the game, see if there's anything different. And then it's time for RNG. Traditionally, whenever I do story playthroughs, I get really good RNG. Because when I actually do speedruns, I get shit fucking RNG.
But if I'm doing a story run where the time doesn't matter, it's going to be L1R1 all day. Just watch. Maybe not perfect RNG, not L1R1, but it'll probably be good. Sure, we're going to go paper cutting knife only for a little bit. Hospital World. L1R1, left first room, right first room. Yes, because it'll be left side of the hallway, right side of the hallway, 11 doors on the left side, 11 doors on the right side. So people usually call L1R1 being, you know, the best RNG. The first two doors that are right next to each other. Even though technically, I think it would be faster to get L1, L2, where the doors are closer to each other rather than across the hallway from each other. So L1, L2 or R1, R2. Either way, it's considered good RNG. Good luck getting really early rooms where you find the key and Eileen. Yeah, I already covered that Enthus. The bloody handprints represent how many of Walter's victims he's already killed. So it's the ritual is called 21 Sacraments. So 21 people have to be killed. And he has killed 19 definitively. The 20th handprint is very, very faint because Eileen is still alive, just barely. And then the 21st is Henry himself. What's a woman's handbag doing here? It must be Eileen's. Eileen's handbag. Looks like it could cause a little bit of damage. It is an Eileen-only weapon. Eileen can smack things with her purse. And we will find other weapons for her. She can also get a chain and a horse whip. In New Game Plus, she can get a submachine gun. Some crazy shit. Bop. Paper cutting knife. It's too strong. It's too strong. And just listen to those wonderful stock burp sound effects. Like, the enemies are a decently creepy design, but that sound effect, how are you supposed to stay scared when you're hearing that sound? Restores a fairly large amount of health. Ampule. It's very, very good. What were they thinking? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was like an intentional thing or if that was like a cutting corners thing. Like, we only have so many stock assets we can use.
Don't know. I don't know. It's an elevator, but the door or button is broken and it's not responding. All right. Time for room randomizer. The elevator must be on another floor. I need to press the button on the right to call it. Probably for calling the elevator, press the button. Now. So, there's the hallway. 11 doors on the left, 11 doors on the right. One random door has a key in it, and one random door is Eileen's room. And it's different every time you play. Also wheelchairs. Ghost wheelchairs are now enemies. Okay. Well, we kind of found Eileen. Now again, this is Walter's mind. And sort of elements of his mind and what he thinks about Eileen. And I mean, listen to this. Fucking obscene. I'm turning it up. Listen. Everybody who's not listening on headphones is gonna get real uncomfortable for a moment. One of the most fucked up things in the series. Okay. Still no key and still no Eileen. The sterile room. Which one is the sterile room? I don't know. They both look fucking nasty. Nutrition drink. We're going to fill up on inventory a lot here. There's a lot of stuff to pick up in these rooms. Sterile room. Again, more hospital imagery. Hey, we found the key. It's a key. Key found in the hospital. It's probably the key to Eileen's hospital room. And they drop this on you. So you actually have to use the key to get out of the cage, but you keep it so that you can also open her room. Dead body. Not even sure who this is supposed to be. Kind of looks like Henry's head. Turned to the side a little bit, yeah. Henry with the deep V. Well, if you look at Henry's shirt, it does open that way. Yeah, it is Henry. Just with like a really nasty texture on it. It almost looks like Henry's beta model. Deep V, that's the best offer I've had all day. Dark Fantasy, thank you so much for the 53 months. That is such a long time. So much love and support. Thank you so much, Dark Fantasy. Hope you're doing well today. There are all sorts of medicines, but I don't know what any of them are. I believe it. Some kind of skin. It smells horrible. There's something stuck in it. Around the middle of the skin, there's still some meat attached on the inside. What a way to describe that. I'll just take these pistol bullets and be on my way. Hey, remember this gag in Silent Hill 3? You do the same thing in Borley's Haunted Mansion. They hit you with the spiked roof. Tinkerbell, thank you so much for the 18 months. Thanks for 18 months of wonderful horror. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, there was Eileen's room. Okay, we'll come back. Come back in a moment. So that's L3, L5 was L3 was the key and L5 was Eileen. That's not bad. Not bad. But I'm going to go ahead and go through these other rooms and just collect a bunch of shit. Because there's a lot of supplies that you can grab here. And I'm probably not even going to use them. I definitely know I don't need any of them. But there's also a lot of interesting, creepy imagery from room to room here. And some of this stuff is useful. This long thing, what the hell is it? Some kind of umbilical cord. Oh man, that stinks like hell. What the hell is it? That looks like human meat on metal fence. I don't know. Metal grill top. Oh no, my unbeatable technique is being beaten. Some kind of skin. It smells so bad. It must be fairly new. My god, is it human skin? I mean, compared to everything else that we're seeing around here. This bed looks like someone broke it. Someone broke their damn bed. There are a bunch of x-ray pictures stuck up on the board. Are these Eileen's x-rays? That same room, but the x-rays are different. There are photos on the wall. There are x-ray pictures on the floor. Eileen? Wet from rain. Oh hey, take a look at this. rain effect in a Silent Hill game 10 years before Silent Hill Downpour, the Silent Hill game that is largely themed around rain. And this PS2 game has much better looking rain effects than that PS3 360 game, where the entire focus of it is rain. Look at that. Look at that wonderful rain effect. Better than Silent Hill Downpour. It's a horrible smell coming from inside the broken glass. I can see someone on the other side of the wire net, but they're not moving. Is it a dead body? You can just see like that body slumped over right at the top of the screen there. Glass is broken. And there's like another body down there. And also a golf club. Don't want to forget the golf club just for the collection. A bunch of meat hooks. That terrible smell. What's behind this cloth? Very similar to the bodies pinned up behind the cloth in Silent Hill 2 in the staircase scene with Angela. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But yeah, it kind of resembles Angela's father. Yeah, her father and brother. Just that image of a body sort of behind kind of a fabric, skin-like fabric. Fucking wheelchairs. They were just all cluttered right around. Oh, the sticky floor room. It makes you walk so slow in here, and it's gross and sticky. I like that they're able to convey the nastiness of the sticky floor by making your walk speed, like, slow down like that. Again, kind of similar imagery to previous Silent Hill games. Silent Hill 3, you see Valtiel with two pairs of legs hanging next to him in nowhere near the end of the game. And it's supposed to represent like Alessa and Heather, or Alessa and Cheryl, rather. Sort of similar imagery here with the cloth covering the majority of the body. You just see the feet hanging down. What the hell? I can see legs coming out from the bottom of the cloth. Except the Key and Eileen being random, are the rooms the same always or also randomized? All of these rooms are completely randomized every time you play. Dried up flowers. Can't hold anymore. No. But yeah, like this room, you know, it's the 11th room on the left side of the hallway. You could play this, you know, start over, do a new playthrough, get here, and this room with the vase and the holy candle in it, instead of being left 11, is going to be R3. So this room will be there, and then everything else will be in a different spot as well. Every single room in the hallway is randomized whenever you play. Oh, here's the Saint medallion too. Okay, well, let's go put some stuff up. We'll grab these last things. Oh, come on. Why was it at an angle like that, just to spite me? Bullied. I am getting bullied. Hey, machines. Did the wheelchairs just do a flying V? They've got some maneuvers. That's for sure. They're working together. They're working as a team. As a well-oiled machine. Well, the limited inventory in this game, the biggest thing that sucks about it is that things don't stack. I wouldn't mind dealing with the rest of it if my health drinks and ammo and stuff would stack.
And next, we'll be taking a look at the weather. Tonight, we can expect scattered clouds clearing by morning. Tomorrow looks to be quite a nice day with warm and sunny weather continuing through the evening, and the weekend we can expect more of the same. So I hope you all get out there and enjoy your weekend.
Got this photo from the superintendent, but there's nothing very interesting about it. This is South Ashfield Heights. Is there something screwy going on with this whole apartment building? Are you only just now questioning that? That's still the same. What's this? Starting to see the start of ghost coming through the wall, which we kind of get a premonition of in the very beginning of the game. Burner won't go on. Water works, but I've got nothing to wash. So it's Thursday? Oh, I guess, based on that radio, like, weather report, the way they say, get out and enjoy the weekend. Day after tomorrow. Internet has ruined me. Every time I see purses, I am reminded of King of the Hill. Oh, once we give Eileen her purse, she is going to go full Bobby Hill. I think that's all we got here. Let's go ahead and go back. Okay. Run the gauntlet. Give me my Saint Medallion. Yeah, see, there's not a good way to look at the Saint Medallion up close. I really wish you could. Because, yeah, the design on the Saint Medallion itself is Saint Alessa. There's a nice soft afternoon light coming in from the window. Is time flowing differently here? Or is this some kind of light from heaven? This is not heaven. We're in... Did you see the door? Did you see the room with Eileen's giant moaning face? With the crazy eyes? I don't think this is heaven. I'm going to go with time is flowing differently here. I'm going to use process of elimination, Henry. You might want to try it sometime. Holy candle. Special candle with anti-spirit effects. Begins working shortly after being lit and placed down. So, Saint Medallion can be equipped and has anti-spirit effects while held, but will eventually break. You can use both of these to help down ghosts. If you're going to try and down a ghost and pin it with a sword of obedience, you can wear a Saint Medallion and place down holy candles when you're fighting ghosts, and they'll go down easier. You can also use these to temporarily reduce possession for Eileen, but it's strictly temporary and it will not affect her possession levels at the end of the game. And these can also be used to clear hauntings as hauntings start to occur in the apartment. Most people know that holy candles will work that way, but Saint Medallions also work that way. If you equip one and just stand near a haunting and you have enough charge on your Saint Medallion, you'll clear that haunting. Speaking of, what ending am I going to go for? I'm not really trying to go for a specific ending. I'll probably wind up clearing the hauntings just because I need to clear some in order for other ones to show up in some cases. But whether or not I'm going to clear enough of the hauntings to actually trigger that for the ending that we get, that I don't know. Not to mention, we'll see what happens with the rest of the run, how well I'm able to take care of Eileen. Because even doing my best and trying to be very careful and kind of knowing some strategies, there's some parts of this game where you can just get fucked, and Eileen is gonna take a shit ton of damage and have a lot of possession level just from the random kind of stuff this game can throw at you. There's a scalpel, scissors, and other surgical instruments here. What are they doing here? And here's how you calm down a scared, frightened woman. By Henry Townsend.
Eileen, relax.
Just grab the titty and scream in the ear, Eileen, relax. It'll definitely work. You're doing great, Henry.
From next door. What are you doing here?
I don't know where to start. There was this strange hole in my room. I saw people getting killed. All these weird other worlds. And I saw you get attacked too.
What are you talking about? I'm supposed to believe that?
But it's true. And there was a kid with you.
boy protected me from the man with the coat. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I guess there's something wrong with me. I just feel so scared. This place. Where is it anyway?
I don't know either. But I do know that if you get killed here, then you die in the real world too. Anyway, the only way out of here is through that hole.
Okay. Okay, take me with you.
All right. And the rest of the game is an escort mission. We've got to bring Eileen with us everywhere. Pretty much. Oh, my cat is very upset with me. Give me a minute. I need to take a short break anyway. And we're about to get into the whole escort half of the game. This part usually goes by a little bit faster because we're going to be repeating areas. Forest World, we've got some stuff to do because Eileen is going to need to read some lore for us. And how much she reads is going to depend on how possessed she is by that point. So we'll see where we're at with that. But then after that, things are going to move by a little bit quicker. We're about halfway through the game now. But I'm going to take a quick moment, take care of my cat, stretch my legs, grab a drink, hit the restroom, and then I'll be back and we will continue on with some more Silent Hill 4. Back in a bit. All right. Got myself a nice cold drink. And I'm ready. I'm ready for the second half of Silent Hill 4. Pretty much that's the midway point of the game. Like, now you've got to go through the whole game again, but with Eileen. I can at least give her a purse and she can help me fight things. Yeah, get him, Eileen. Yeah, fuck him up, Eileen. Get it. Get it. Get it. You're doing it.
My leg.
You're doing great, sweetie. My leg. My fingers hurt. Come on. Eileen's cleaning them up. So we're going to try, like Henry tries at this point, to bring Eileen back with him. And this is where things kind of start getting complicated, because Braintree mentions seeing holes as far as getting into Walter's created worlds. But Eileen, it's not very clear how she's wound up here. If because of the direct attack from Walter that's already happened, he's able to pull her in without her having to go through like a hole of her own. She doesn't see this hole that takes us back to Henry's apartment. Which makes you wonder, like, what does this look like to her? He just vanishes into the wall. It seems like her hand, he's still holding her hand, like her hand goes through. But then once we go back in, he's going to say, didn't see it. English only in chat, please. I don't even know which moderators I might have here right now, but moderators and myself cannot moderate languages we do not know. Well, that was a very drawn out waking up sequence. Still getting that under my bed red diary text. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel something like fear coming from this photo. Oh, God. The glass breaking. Gives me a seriously creepy feeling. We got that one already. Photo gives me a weird feeling. Weird feeling. That's all the same. Is the Robbie balloon. There it is. We have been blessed. The Robbie hot air balloon. The air in this room feels heavy. So now, I don't think we've got... No, we do. We do have some damage to our health. Notice it's not regenerating anymore. We no longer get our free heals. No more free ride. Coming back to your safe space and healing up. No. Not anymore. Not for the rest of the game. No sound at all from the radio now. The red envelope. There's a letter and a small key inside. You've seen that world as well, that horrible nightmare. But if you get sucked into it, it's not just a nightmare. Don't get lost in there. If you get pulled in, you'll be killed. But there's still hope. Maybe this small key will guide you. If you've seen the door with the placard set in it, look on the other side of the door. Then keep going down to the deepest part of him and look for the ultimate truth. July 20th. Joseph. That's a very direct sounding note about what to do now from Joseph. Even gives us a key. Small key. Small but ordinary key found in the red envelope. Oh, we've got some more pages over here. How long has it been since I left this room? I can't tell if it's been days or hours. But during that time, they found the body of 1421. I've been having hallucinations lately. I think I'm losing my mind. No date written. Scrap from a diary. Walter Sullivan did kill himself. He died in his prison cell of blood loss after he stabbed himself in the neck with his spoon. That's the note about Walter that we first read in Silent Hill 2. His body was buried in a cemetery just outside his hometown of Silent Hill in an unmarked grave. After that, his name became famous all over the world, and it looked like his string of mass murders was finished at 10 out of 21. But 3 years later, they found a corpse that had 12 out of 21 carved into it. The corpse was from 6 months earlier. So it jumps from 10 out of 21 to 12 out of 21, because 11 out of 21 was Walter himself. Like, that's why he kills himself. It's part of the ritual. In other words, the person who killed 2.5 years after Sullivan committed suicide, or the person was killed 2.5 years after Sullivan committed suicide. The MO was exactly the same as Sullivan's, except for one thing. All 10 of Sullivan's victims were found with their hearts cut out and their chest wounds sewn together expertly with thread. On the other hand, the 12 out of 21 victim still had their heart. So that shows that there is a different method of killing for each half of the ritual that Walter does, before he kills himself and after he kills himself. Before is the first 10 victims, where removing their hearts is part of the ritual itself. But then for the 12th through 21st victims, they don't need their hearts removed. Naturally, the police think it's a copycat and are proceeding on that basis, but they haven't made any progress and recently discovered victim number 13. This corpse also had their heart intact. Police still haven't even identified a suspect. I've got a working hypothesis. Very few people knew the details of the original crimes and would be able to copy Sullivan's MO so precisely. First, I'll head to Silent Hill, to the graveyard near that beautiful little lake. Maybe I'll find the answer there, June 11th. So we know that at some point Joseph went to the actual orphanage, to that area around the lake and that graveyard, which is why that's such an area of significance to Walter, why we go to Forest World in the first place, why he created a Forest World. That chunk of forest just surrounding the orphanage. The weather that day was very strange. Even though I avoided the earlier storm, there was still a thick fog clinging to everything. Fortunately, that allowed me to avoid being seen and get right to work. The police are still stubbornly acting as if it's just a copycat case, so I figured things probably hadn't been touched here, but I was wrong. I should have come sooner. The cemetery was in such bad condition that it was almost sad. The storm must have raised the sea level. Anyway, that's how it was when I found Walter Sullivan's grave. This diary is pretty damaged around this point, and I can't read anymore. I'm still in shock. There was no body in the grave, and on top of that, written on the coffin were the numbers 11 out of 21. June 14th. So again, even in the coffin that Walter's body was supposed to be in, the 11 out of 21 numbers are there just to show that Walter is that 11th victim. Nothing changed there. All right. We've got the key. And now Eileen's going to tell us what it looked like to her. And Henry explains what he read in the note from Joseph in such a weird way, and Eileen just goes along with it. It makes no sense. I love it.
Henry.
Have you been here the whole time?
Yeah? And I didn't see any hole either. You just disappeared all of a sudden. I can't stay here by myself. I'll be cursed. You know it. What am I gonna do?
I might know a way to save you. Do you know about someone named Joseph?
He was the guy who lived in your apartment before you. I think he was a journalist or something. He disappeared about 6 months before you moved in. But toward the end, he started acting really weird.
Yeah. He was doing an investigation about a religious cult and a man named Walter Sullivan. I got this letter from him. He told me to go down into the deepest part of him, and to look for the ultimate truth. Let's do that. There must be something down there.
Okay. I'll do it. You're the only chance I've got.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll stick with you.
Okay, sure. Let's go down to the deepest part of him. To the one truth. That makes perfect sense. I have no idea what you're saying, but sure. Like, from Eileen's perspective, how does that make any sort of sense? And she's just like, all right,
Can't be happening.
let's go. Hey, Oriet. Which ending am I going for? Can Walter finally have his apartment back? I'm not really trying to go for a specific ending. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Hey, Mon. Thanks for being here. Glad you're enjoying the stream. The deepest part of him, an innuendo for something. Probably. It wouldn't be entirely out of this game's themes. Time for a burp fest. Oh, shit. Eileen, help. Eileen, help. Back him up, Eileen. Why did they burp? How did this get through QA? I mean, this game did not get the same amount of development time that Silent Hill 2 and 3 got. This one was a bit more rushed, and it didn't have all of the key Team Silent members working on it. Although it was still Yamaoka working on it doing sound, so I don't know. They just went with some really stock noises for a lot of things in this game, and it's very noticeable. The burps are by far the most strange choice that is most notable, but it's also like the monkey noises from the gum heads. It's a very stock, very common monkey sound. There's a few sounds throughout this game that are really noticeably just like stock thrown in there. The burps, though, that's by far the most notorious. It's just really out of place. Ever downward. And of course, you know, the way the Silent Hill community is, every fan has to try and find an explanation for every little thing at some point. So a lot of fans theorized that the burping was an intentional thing and that it was supposed to represent that the patient enemies had their wombs and intestines and like everything in their stomach removed, all of their organs removed, because we see Walter digging around in a corpse's stomach in that cutscene when you very first get to the hospital world. So they're trying to make this sort of connection between the themes of birth and pregnancy throughout this game. Like, that is a very legitimate big part of the themes around this game, is Walter's birth. But yeah, exactly, it's a bit far-fetched to think that because they have this gaping hole in their abdomen, it traps air and they burp when you hit them because they're missing all these organs. Like, that was a legitimate idea as to why they burp that was passed around Silent Hill fans for a pretty long time. I think it still comes up now and then. Personally, I think it's one of those situations where they just had a stock sound. It might have even just been a placeholder sound, and then they rushed this game and didn't take the time to put a better sound effect in. But I don't know. It may have been a creative decision, just a very strange one. And now we have monkeys. Again, very stock monkey sound. I've heard this in a bunch of movies and TV shows. UFO Techie actually posted a clip several years ago on Twitter. At the time on Twitch, there was a Power Rangers, like a designated Power Rangers channel going on where they were marathoning like every single episode of Power Rangers. So there was a lot of clips and things from Power Rangers episodes around that time. And UFO Techie had posted a clip from an episode of Power Rangers where there's a monkey and it's making these exact same stock gumhead noises. So this sound effect is used in like a lot of things. Don't worry, Eileen, I got him. We got him. Well, that's the purpose of stock sounds. But the thing is, for something like Silent Hill, you're making a noise for like a monster, for a creature.
I wonder if Joseph is still alive.
You would think that they could mix it in like a different way, or alter it, or edit it more to be less recognizable as just this stock sound thrown in. But oh well. It is what it is. Whether it was time or budget or, you know, who knows? Oh, this is always good. Our introduction to Cynthia's ghost. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Why does she have such long hair? Because the Ring movies were very popular in the early 2000s. Because, like, Cynthia does have longer hair than you realize, because she has it pinned up when you see her when she's alive. But they definitely extended a lot more for her ghost. Yeah, get her, Eileen. Get her. So the Ring came first? Oh, by several years. That fucking scream, and then Eileen just whacks the shit out of her. What was that? Oh, I need to go get my damn coin. But yeah, the Japanese original version of the ring, Ringu, was 1998? Something like that. Hey, Rachel. Good morning. First splat. Drop off some inventory, get some things that we need. Need subway tokens. Need the key that's going to be under the door. We might have some hauntings. Watched Ringu yesterday and The Ring the evening before to compare and contrast. Cyborg Rachel and I just did the same thing not too long ago. When the Sadako chapter was being released for Dead by Daylight, we went back and rewatched... Well, I had seen the original Ring. I had never seen any of the Japanese sequels. So we rewatched the original Ringu and then went through and watched a bunch of the sequels and then the American Ring. Haunted shoes. Got a candle and a saint medallion. I'm getting a very bad feeling all over. Hopefully there's enough charge in the saint medallion. Not quite. So we're going to have to use the candle. Bad feeling's getting weaker. It must be this candle. There they go. Go back where you belong, shoes. Let's go ahead and just use that health drink since we're not getting our heals anymore. There's a filthy envelope. There's a letter and a toy key inside. Mommy, I'll give you this, so please wake up soon. It's inside my toy train. Got the kid's letter and toy key. We need that to open the toy box that we're going to find. There's a scrap of red paper stuck in here. I found 2 mysterious and powerful artifacts that seem to be very effective for evading the ghost victims. The Holy Candle and the Saint Medallion. Not only are they effective against the ghost victims in the other world, they also seem to prevent them from invading my room, just like the candle near where they're coming in and its holy power is activated. The Saint Medallion seems to repel unholy energy when it's worn, equipped. I'm starting to gain some hope. July 25th. Joseph Schreiber giving us game tips. Telling us game mechanics, how candles and medallions work. Seen the new Scream movie yet? Not yet. Most likely will at some point, but have not seen the new one yet. And it's been a long time since I've watched any of the Scream movies. Adding equipped is a bit unnecessary. Yeah, that's a little bit... It's like, it doesn't need to be so direct with the terminology. Like, we get it. I understand what you say when you say wear the medallion. Good job, Eileen. Fuck, I forgot the token. You're supposed to remind me, chat. You're supposed to remind me.
Oh no.
Oh no. God, these things come back? Don't know if the new Scream falls victim to the very thing it's mocking, but it was alright. Left Eileen with the monkey, max curse time. Oh shit, she wasn't in the bathroom, was she? Yeah, that's my bad. This is why I don't plan on any particular endings. And my windows are haunted. That should be all I need. The power of candle repels you. You know, I really should have brought the sword, and we could have just gone ahead and pinned Cynthia here, but no way. Come on, Eileen. Leave your monkey friend behind. It's time to go. Apparently Cynthia just wants to come along. Get that puppy. Get him, Eileen. It's my leg. There's a horse riding crop here. Eileen only weapon. Light and easy to use with good reach. Looks like it would be very painful. Time for riding crop. And that dog is having a time. Hey, what's up, Paladin?
My leg.
Hope you're doing well today. My leg. Strange vending machine. It says $1 due on it. Well, I will come back when I have one freshly washed $1 due. First, I need to open up this box. Toy box here, $1,000 dues written on it.
This looks like South Ashfield.
This looks like South Ashfield. There's a filthy toy coin inside the box.
Station.
Coin caked with dirt and grime. I bet I could clean it in the kitchen sink in my room. Eileen, you're being very observant. This does look like the South Ashfield station. Bless you. You like sneezed. Let's see. I don't actually need to go this way with her. The other way should be unlocked. Gotta say, they got the sound design right for this part. Can smell the concrete. Yeah, the nice echo and like acoustics of the footsteps and sounds and things in this area is all really well done. Again, when the sound design is on point in this game, it's really good. It's just sometimes you get weird burpers.
I can't use a ladder with my arm like this.
Please. So that's that she just said right there. That is the entire puzzle for the second half of this game. The whole second half of this game is you have to go through all of the same areas that you went through already again, but with Eileen, and you have to figure out how to get Eileen through the area without using ladders, because she can't use a ladder with her arm in a cast. Okay. All right, I guess. This is where this game loses a lot of points for me. And why this is my fourth favorite Silent Hill game and not, you know, higher up on my list. Haunted clock. Haunted clock. Yeah, not a fan of the Eileen escort mission. Not a fan of the fact that it is all just go through the areas you've already gone through, but figure out how to do it with Eileen without ladders. I don't like that the entire second half of the game is that. There's a red paper stuck in here. A few days after Walter killed himself in his cell, several residents witnessed a long-haired man with a coat here. Through his window, Richard Braintree in 207 saw the man moving something heavy and doing something in room 302. Even Sunderland, the superintendent, saw the man with the coat hanging around room 302 and confirmed there were signs of someone having been in there. July 17th. Walter was already setting up ritual items and moving his own corpse into this room. When he spotted him doing, carrying something heavy, that was most likely Walter's ghost moving his physical body here to room 302. Because we find Walter's body, it's still there, it's just walled up. How do you even carry your own corpse? Walter is a ghost with magic powers. Toy coin with $1 written on it. Maybe someone meant to write $1. Hey, what's up, Kenny? More. All right, Eileen. Come on, Eileen, to the vending machine. This came out of the vending machine. Got the murder scene key. Key from the vending machine. Tag on it says murder scene. All right. There's actually a few different ways to go about doing this area. And I'm going to try leaving Eileen right as she's like, please don't leave me alone. We have to leave her alone for a little bit. There's at least not enemies in the area. I don't remember if that actually helps or not. Recently, modders have been looking more at the code and figuring out more about how Eileen's possession works. And I know they did kind of like a breakdown of certain aspects of the possession. I'd need to pull it up in the speedrun Discord, but a lot of stuff about Eileen's possession does not exactly work the way a lot of speedrunners and Silent Hill 4 fans have thought that it did. Like, it works in some weird ways. Okay. Cynthia's hanging out on the train. Toby's here as well. Let's get going. Oh, it's all good, Kenny. And hopefully you feel better. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you have a speedy recovery. Take it easy, man. So essentially we're going to need to bring Eileen down this escalator. So we kind of want to kill these remaining wall men. Oh, fuck. At least on one side. Good lord, the hitbox. I'm gonna die. Oh no, not like this. He got me. His attack was still lingering after my iframes ended. Got me, that fucker. Where does that actually put me? Back here. Alright. Yeah, 21 out of 21. Bad end. Or good end if you're on Walter's side. Just let Walter have the damn apartment. It's one shitty apartment. It's all he wants. He thinks it's his mom. It's weird, but whatever. Let him have the apartment. Okay, so the coin's already washed. That's ready to go. I gotta be honest, my sleep has been really messed up for the last couple of days. And we are right coming up on like 9 hours that I've been going. I usually like to try and do these playthroughs all in one sitting, but today it's a little rough to try for that, especially with how long Silent Hill 4 is. There's still so much game left from this point forward. And I don't want to just speed run through it. There's still a lot of stuff that I want to stop and talk about, but I think I'm going to wait and get to this maybe later on during the day after I've gotten some sleep, and then we'll finish up Silent Hill 4. Later on in the evening, now that it's Wednesday, I'll be doing some Wildcard Wednesday with Jubes and probably other friends. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be playing. Maybe, most likely, Back 4 Blood, but possibly something else. Most likely Back 4 Blood, though. That seems to be our go-to game to play with friends lately. So I'll probably be back on later on, finish up the Silent Hill 4 playthrough, and then switch over and do some Back 4 Blood with friends. But thank you everybody so much for all the love and support. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure exactly what time I'll be back on, or if I will be finishing up Silent Hill 4. I might postpone it for Thursday night as well. So follow the channel if you're not already following. Make sure to turn on notifications so that Twitch will notify you whenever I go live. You can also follow me on Twitter, @NubZombie, exactly the same way it's spelled here on Twitch. And I always try to tweet out whenever I'm going live. So that way, if you want to know when I'm finishing up the playthrough and be here for it during the live stream, you can try and be here. And of course, all of this will be archived. So if you miss it, you can always go back and watch the VOD. Thank you everybody so much for all the love and support. It's always a pleasure to have everybody here chilling and enjoying some Silent Hill with me. I really, really appreciate it. Keeping me company. Thank you all so much. Let's see. We made our save. Here's our backup save.